It's not like you and I the same. We came from hope, big fire, big smoke. Got high, no rope, free dive, slow mo. Read what we sow, we watched it go. What can we do? What can we do? I hate goodbyes, so I'll stay till the morning. Won't see me going. I hate goodbyes. There's no to do. See the bright blue, gonna spend time floating. There's no rush here, got the sky clear. Wanna spend time floating. Chasing time, grabbing lights you cannot hold. Nobody has it figured out. Here and now, that's the golden hour. Floating, floating, floating away. Hey little girl, is your daddy home? Did he go and leave you all alone? No, no. Got a bad desire. I'm on fire. Tell me, little darling, is it good to you? Can I do all the things that I could do? Oh no, I could take you high. I'm on fire. Yeah, I'm on fire. It's like someone took a knife, very edgy and dark, cut a 6-inch valley through the middle of my soul. At night I lie awake with the sheets soaking wet and a freight train running through the middle of my head. Only you, cool mind as I. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. It's like someone took a knife, very edgy and dark, got a 6-inch valley through the middle of my soul. Cool mind as I. I'm on fire. Hey little girl, is your daddy home? Did he go and leave you all alone? No, no. Got a bad desire. I'm on fire. Tell me, little darling, is it good to you? Can I do all the things that I could do? Oh no, I could take you high. I'm on fire. Yeah, I'm on fire. It's like some.
How Dash, we match Tame. Good morning, everybody. We want to get started. I really am happy to be here. My name is Quinn Miwasagi. Quinn Miwasagi in the go. Mr. Tamgiwin Gabo ni the go. Kanabajing Don Jaba. Elliot Lake and Dijida. Chinendam Mampi Yaya, I'm very happy to be here. So I'm from Serpent River First Nation, Makoy and Dodem, so I'm a Bear Clan. Any other Bear Clans out there? Look at my Bear Clan relatives. Woo! All right, yeah, some big fans. All right. So yeah, I'm from Serpent River First Nation, and I'll be your master of ceremonies, Gigadon Nina, the man on the mic up here. So it's my pleasure to welcome everybody to the 2025 Special Education Forum. This year's theme is Empowering Futures, Holistic Approaches to First Nation Special Education in Ontario. So as always, we're going to start in a good way, and we're going to call upon our singers, Buffalo Charging, to open us up in a good way, call on the spirits, call on our ancestors to come sit with us, to join us as we talk about these very important topics. So whenever you are ready, gentlemen, I'll call it over to Buffalo Charging Singers. All right, let's put it together for Buffalo Charging Singers. All right, ho-ho. I think it's very appropriate that we start off with a drum, and to see these young gentlemen here picking up that responsibility to carry the songs, I think is very important. And I saw one of the staff members from Chiefs of Ontario offering that tobacco, which was really nice. And so, when I was given Tam Bigidna Sema, like you always offer the tobacco, so I want to acknowledge that Sema, so it's really important. Miigwech, gentlemen, and the Buffalo Charging Singers will be here to sing us another song in closing, both today and tomorrow. And so just wanted to just give another word of encouragement to these young singers. I know when you're young and you're wanting to sing, can sometimes be a little scary at times to sing in front of people, but you know, when you are called to the drum, when the drum calls to you, you know, you carry those songs for the people, you carry those songs for the communities, and when you're called upon, you're called to share upon your medicine with everybody. So once again, Chimigwech, gentlemen. So next up, to continue our opening, I'm going to call up Norma General Liquors, Knowledge Keeper, who's going to come on up and give us an opening prayer. So Chimigwech, Norma, for joining us and for sharing.
Sego gwego dio just to say lati yungus got niga haga anawali wagani delora and nawagoa for the gift of tobacco. Whenever there's a gathering of our people, the first thing we do is we stop and we give thanks to the Creator for all the many things that He supplies for us. And He gives us everything that we need to live a good life. And we'll give greeting and thanks at this time. Kunjukwa se wada yusia Gina Galewi dan sida wane wilaro ne singwaya diso ohuna Galewi dakwa arawana hitsta. We give thanks to the Creator for this day that has been given to us, and for all of you that are gathered here, and that you've all arrived safely and that you're well enough to be here. We give thanks for all the many things that Creator supplies to sustain us. We give thanks for Mother Earth, for all the waters of the world, for the many kinds of fish, for the grasses, the many kinds of medicines, the roots, the planted things, the many kinds of fruit, and the animals, and the trees, and the birds, and the thunders, the four winds, the four directions, the sun, the moon, the many stars, and the four beings that were sent to remind us how we're supposed to behave when things go wrong. And we give our greatest thanks to Singwaya Diso, the Creator, who gave us all these things. We have arrived at the place where we end our words. If we have forgotten anything, we leave it to you to give greetings and thanks in your own way. Donito.
Chimigwech, Norma General Liquors. I think it's really appropriate that we call out to all of our relatives out there, acknowledge them and give thanks. I think giving thanks is really important, and I don't think I do it enough sometimes. So it's always great to have those reminders, so to set us off in a good way. Miigwech. So next up, we're going to have a territorial remark. So I'll be calling upon Amos Key Jr., Counselor for Six Nations of the Grand River. So if we can have Amos to make their way on up. Apishayayan, stuck in traffic, he says. Just kidding. Okay. Now, at this time, we'll move to territorial remarks from Tammy Beauvais, Vice Principal of Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. We can have Tammy. Oh, all right. appreciate you joining us, Tammy, and we look forward to, look at that, making sure that Sama is there. I like that. Tambigid na Sama. That's one thing I always remember. Tobacco comes first. Aha. Are you ready?
Should have got you to do this part. There we go. Oh. Manoga Jep, can you hear me okay? Good morning. Hello. Bonjour and good morning. On behalf of Chief Claire Salt and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, it is my honor to welcome you to our territory lands. My name is Tammy Beauvais, Vice Principal of Lloydis King Elementary School, and I am grateful to join you as we gather here to focus on the important work of supporting First Nations learners across the province. Chief Salt sends her warmest greetings and sincere regrets that she is unable to attend today. She has asked me to share her appreciation for the dedication and leadership represented in this room. Our communities move forward when we come together, learn from one another, and stand behind the students who depend on us to create environments where they can thrive. This year's theme, Empowering Futures, Holistic Approaches to First Nations Special Education in Ontario, speaks directly to the responsibilities we hold as educators, administrators, and service providers. For our students with diverse learning needs, a holistic approach is not an aspiration, it's a necessity. Every day, I see firsthand the transformative impact of inclusive and culturally grounded education supports that honor their identities, uphold their dignity, and reflect the strengths and teachings rooted in our culture and nations. Our children thrive when they are seen, heard, and valued for who they are. Whether that is through the land-based learning, language revitalization, or the collaborative efforts of families, educators, and specialists, we witness how the rights support open doors for our children. Yet we also recognize the challenges that persist, resource gaps, barriers, and the need for greater coordination across systems. Forums like this create the space to share the best practices, identify solutions, and advocate for the improvements of our students deserve. Over the next 2 days, I encourage each of you to share openly, listen deeply, and carry these conversations back to your communities. The knowledge gathered here will help strengthen programs, guide policy development, and ensure that future generations of First Nations learners are met with understanding, compassion, and opportunity. Thank you to the Chiefs of Ontario for bringing us together, and thank you to each attendee for the commitment you bring to this work. By centering our students and honoring their full potential, we are not only empowering learners, we are also empowering the future of our nations. Again, on behalf of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, I warmly welcome you to our treaty lands and hope you feel warmth of our ancestors with us today. Miigwech, I wish you a meaningful and productive forum.
Chimigwech, Tammy, for that territorial welcome. Next up, we're going to call up our Director of Education for Chiefs of Ontario, Michael Starrock. Apishayat Michael. Here comes Michael. Let's give him a round of applause to our Director of Education, doing all the good work for Chiefs of Ontario Secretariat and all the staff as well.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Chiefs of Ontario and the education sector, I'd like to formally welcome you to our Special Education Forum 2025. I really want to, I appreciate we've got, in my mind, I'm biased, the most dynamic MC for the next 2 days, Quinn. So when, I'm sure all of you have been blessed by listening to Quinn over the years at a lot of our forums and others, but I think we're really fortunate to have Quinn guide us through for the next few days. I want to acknowledge Buffalo Charging. What a tremendous way to open our morning with the heartbeat that comes from their drum. And really appreciative of our knowledge keeper, Ms. Norma General Lickers, to open us in such a good way this morning. I've been fortunate for her to listen to her and have her advise us through many meetings and forums, and she's just a tremendous wealth of knowledge. So if you get the opportunity to even spend a little time with her, and we've got other elders here as well, please do so. And again, Amos, I know he may be here later. I know Amos he's a fierce warrior in all aspects of First Nation issues in that, but especially for education and languages. So yesterday morning I was over at the IS Joint Gathering, which is up at the Toronto Airport Hotel this week, and Amos was up and about and networking and advocating for First Nations rights. I saw him there when Jordan's principal was up there, so he's either stuck in traffic or running behind or fighting another battle for First Nations. So hopefully we get to see him a little later. And Ms. Tammy Beauvais, thank you so much for being with us today and for your opening remarks and welcoming us to the territory. So again, I want to give a shout out to our special education technicians, Ashley and Patricia, who've worked on building this fantastic agenda for you. If you're a speaker or a presenter, I'm sure they've been talking with you a number of times over the last few months as we build to the culmination of this forum. And also appreciate our lead coordinator, Ashley, and her support on this forum, Ocean. If you were at the Education and Languages Forum, Ocean took the lead on there, and Ashley was supporting as well. But they just take care of all the little details, whether it's the registration, all your travel claims that will be coming, that they'll be buried in for the next month or so, the food, the swag, everything, just every little detail. If it wasn't for them, I'm not sure how this would unfold. Also want to appreciate having Callie. So you'll see Callie around taking your picture. She usually does social media posts at the end of the day that you can see and share with family and friends. But she takes care of the agenda format. She takes care of the booklet for our presenters. And so again, all those integral little pieces to making a forum a really successful event. And then we have a number of our staff here as well. The majority of our staff just come in and pitch and help. And we even have a staff member from another KU sector. So I just wanted to take a few moments today to acknowledge them, because without them, this doesn't happen. And then really appreciative too, if you are in community and you reach out for support. Our main lead on the special education file is my taller brother, Patrick. He was joking with me this morning. He said Quinn came up to him and called him Mick, and he's like, how can he mistake the two of us? I must have been on a lower step. But honestly, when it comes to the things that KU tries to support you with, one of the things is those one-on-one conversations. So I know Patrick has a wealth of knowledge working in First Nations as a principal, as a special education resource teacher, and he was a special education technician for years, so a lot of you might know him, and when you reach out to us with some of those key issues in that, it's usually Patrick that will swoop in and take care of that. And leading the file, I should have had him up here instead of me in the first place. I'm regretting not delegating that too. But no, Patrick is integral to this file. So when we talk about what Chiefs of Education tries to provide little helps of support for you, a lot of it, when we did the special education survey, one of the things you're really asking for is capacity development. And so, like I talked about, some of the things we can offer is those one-on-one supports or conversations. It's not that we have the answers, but we do have a lot of contacts and networks, and if we can't help you directly, we can connect you hopefully with people who can meet your individual needs for the challenges that you go through. Other ways is annually we collaborate with the province to offer autism courses, and that's through the Saunderly platform. So those again are of no charge, and you just reach out. If you want to know more information about that, you can check in with Patricia or Ashley, the red hair Ashley, who's up front, and they can, there she's waving at the back, and they can guide you on how, if you're interested, you can register yourself or your staff for those online capacity developments. We also this year collaborated with First Nation Indigenous Institute Six Nations Polytechnic, and so they've offered a teacher special education course part 1 and part 2, which is winding down over the next few weeks. And it's been an awesome collaboration because you can take these teacher AQs anywhere, but to have that developed from a First Nations perspective is really more relevant to your context and to help your children. And then again, forums like this. And it's hard to hit on every topic and every need because the needs are so diverse across your schools. But I'm really pleased to see areas that will be covered over the next few days in inclusive design. There's multiple keynotes and workshops on neurodivergence, improving student outcomes, trauma-informed approaches, which is key, the strategies for autism, and empowering First Nations families in special education, just to name a few of the areas that we'll be touching on. So we know through the other area that we try to support ongoing all the time is something that you've identified in the special education report as well. And that's in some of the primary conclusions of your voice were that the primary obstacles is to implement effective programs, you need more funding. And so this lack of funding has led to not being able to get like important services that your students need external access to, and staffing challenges. So a lot of yous are understaffed because the funding is lacking. We know that, so through a couple areas of advocacy that we're really pushing harder for to increase this funding, this needed funding. One is through the Ontario Technical Table interim funding approach, and that involves a lot of the input from the Chiefs Technical Committee of Languages and Learning, which has representatives from the different PTOs, unaffiliated First Nations, as well as independent First Nations, and they have representatives that try to look at the current formulas and figure out better calculations heading into the next year to increase the special education funding. And so I know about 2 years back, we're still waiting on a response. The AFN had done a report that talked about the millions and millions of dollars additional funding that should be coming. So our recommendation was to follow their formula. And those get put forward. Unfortunately, they don't always get accepted. Another area that we know is hitting us hard is the Jordan's operational bulletin changes, Jordan's principal operation bulletin changes in February. And this has put a strain on all our First Nations kids. It's really hit our provincial students hard because, you know, in the spirit of Jordan's principle, our kids are supposed to be taken care of, and now we've got the feds in the province fighting back and forth who's gonna pay. And they're really denying a lot of the provincial, if not all of the provincial requests. And then on our First Nation territories too, they're also lagging. They talk about backlogs. I was able to be at the ISJoint gathering yesterday, and the interim assistant deputy minister was talking, he kept talking about backlogs, we're clearing up backlogs, but that doesn't give solutions for what's happening on the ground like today. Even at our Education and Languages Forum, we had parents like talking about the heartaches, the frustrations, the strain, and the stresses on families. So we are pushing hard in advocacy in the area of Jordan's principle. I know Leadership Council is basically telling Minister Galmasti and Prime Minister Carney this back and forth and figuring out how they got to balance budgets. All education-related requests should just be accepted like they have in the past until the government can figure out these issues and these complications. And as well, they've talked about they've talked about creating a new, Minister Gomasti called it a matrix. Essentially, it's a criteria, but Leadership Council has said that, first of all, stop doing this unilaterally. Everything that changed just came from ISK without consultation with First Nations. And then speaking to COO, or Leadership Council, isn't consultation, and that there needs to be consultation with First Nations, because First Nations know what's happening on the ground and the frustrations and the challenges better than anyone else. So there's a lot of advocacy in that way. And one other area I want to mention that COO coordinates and facilitates is the needs-based application process, which just went through, and I'm sure many of you have put in an application. And so what COO does is it coordinates and brings together the Ontario First Nations Special Education Working Group, which again has representatives from the PTOs and unaffiliated and independent First Nations. And a review is done of the applications and recommendations are made. ISK Ontario is at that table, and they're able to bring data and things to help inform, and then the Ontario First Nations Special Education Working Group makes the recommendations, and it's up to ISK whether they accept them or not. But again, this is severely underfunded, and so there was an excess of $20 million of needs that are out there, and only $6 million is in that pot to address those needs. So again, the biggest obstacle, I really do truly feel, especially with the ongoing capacity development you go through, that the solutions and the answers for your kids are in the community. The issue is the funding to implement those. So we'll do our best to continue to advocate and try to push for increased special education funding at every turn. So on that down note, I'm just kidding. Quinn, you gotta get up here soon and get the positive vibe. No, in all seriousness though, I thank you so much for being here. I hope over the next 2 days that you get to take home some strategies, maybe network with people. So I know a lot of times back in my teacher and principal days and director days, the conferences were great, but sometimes the added value is don't pass up the opportunity to have a conversation by your elbow partner or with some of the presenters, because what I always try to think of is, yes, I'm going to go to a conference and bring some things back, but if I can make a connection with a person or two, build my personal professional network for the sake of my schools and my kids, you never know the conversation that you might have with somebody, the relationship that will be built, and the impact it'll have on your kids. So on that note, thank you so much for taking time the next few days to be with us, and welcome to our forum.
Yahoo. One more round of applause for Mick, our Director of Education. It's awesome. I think he talked about all the advocacy and all the work that Chiefs of Ontario, the Secretariat, is doing for our communities, for our students, for our families. So it's really important work, and to bring everybody here is very valuable too. I think one of the valuable things is the ability to visit, to share with one another, to tell stories. Stories are really important. The stories that you have, the experiences that you have, and the work that you do is very valuable. And each of your stories carry a lot of knowledge, and sharing your story, visiting with one another, can really go a long way. And I feel like often I'm always on my phone, you know what I mean? And so encourage everybody also, for one, is just to turn off your ringers and things like that, but to also visit with one another, get to know who's across your table, get to know who's in other tables. There's so much value that we can have, and every time someone has an experience that they share, that story that you're able to take in, that's now part of your bundle. Everybody has a bundle. Everybody thinks about bundles being something that's physical, like a feather, medicines, smudge, and things like that, But that knowledge is also part of your bundle. That's a non-physical bundle that every single person carries. Those experiences that you have is part of your bundle. Those stories that you carry is part of your bundle. And so those stories, they're medicine. Those experiences that you have, when you share them with other people, you're sharing that medicine with those other people. So encourage you to do that. So I have some housekeeping items, but while I do it, I'm going to call upon, I got a Slido, so I'm going to cue this up. So those who have participated in some of the events that I've emceed before, so this is just opportunity for all of our participants to engage a little bit. So this is called Slido, so I'm going to encourage everybody to scan the QR code, or you can go to slido.com, punch in the pin. And so I just have a question for everybody. Apish and Jabayan, where are you from? So it just helps us to know where everybody's joining us from, to see people coming from different areas. So, and while you are doing that, like Aralan, like that's a good ways, Bachawana, that's like neighbors just down the water for me. So yeah, once you do that, I'll go over some of the housekeeping. We do have vendors that are set up in the foyer, so we encourage you to do some Christmas shopping. It's a great time to do some Christmas shopping, so support your local vendors. During the breaks, during lunch, things like that, there is a QR code on the back of your badge, and so to direct you to the event website. So on that website, you will see documents related to the conference, such as the agenda. There'll be more information about the breakout sessions. Some of the bios will be there. And then for the presentations that we were given approval to share, they will be uploaded onto that. So we encourage you to follow that. And there's also a cool little map on the back of your thing. So on the back of your map, there's a little treasure map. Hey, just kidding. There's a map. So, because a question that often comes up is, where are the breakout sessions? So on the back, you can find a breakout session. If you do have questions at any point in time, the folks with the yellow lanyards, those are the cool folks that are helping to organize, to coordinate, and can provide support to all of our participants. So we encourage you to do that. Look at that, holy. So we got a lot of folks from Thunder Bay, Wiagamau, we got Tyndonega, Bikanjikam, Constance Lake, a lot of Nan territory there, Treaty 9. Is Bikanjikam Treaty 9? That's Treaty 5, I can't remember what it is. Webekwe, we got Winnipeg, Aguazasne, Lac Seul. So it just shows that we have a lot of participants that are coming from a lot of different places, and so they carry a lot of different experiences, and I'm sure they have a lot of great stories to share. So that networking is going to be super important kind of going forward. So it's great. We got a really great spread of folks here coming from different places. So I got one more Slido that I want to queue up there. So, and this will just help to see who else is in the room. So we know where people are joining us from. The next one that I'm going to ask is Apish and Nakiyin. So where do you work, right? So, and it gives you a chance to see what different capacities you are joining us from here. So, whatever positions you hold, whether you're family, whether you're an advocate, whether you're workers, whether you're, people in the community, different types of work that you are doing. So it's really great to see. So, I once again just appreciate, the Chiefs of Ontario for inviting me to come and to MC. A little bit about myself. I was part of the Ontario First Nations Young People's Council. I am from Serpent River First Nation, so I was part of the Anishinaabe Nation Youth Council. To be able to be in these positions where I once attended to support everybody and participating and ensuring that the conferences go really well, it's really great. You might have seen I brought my son down earlier, so he's 15 months. He's a little conference baby, so he's coming around doing a little conference trail and things like that. So we're very happy. So you'll see he'll be around to say hi and things like that. So I do a lot of water-based programming, lands-based programming as well, language, culture programming. So, if you want to talk a bit about that and some of the work I do, I'm always up for a chat and to see how, we were able to make it work for us and some of the challenges we experienced as well. So, always open for a chat. So look at that. So we have Education Authority from Bikanjikam. We got education directors, Education Authority, people that work at the education centers in the different communities. We got some people for the Toronto District School Board, the Anishinaabe Nation. We got tribal council workers, Windigo First Nation Council, Nokiwan Tribal Council. So it really shows that there is a lot of experience in this room, and there's a lot of different perspectives as well. And so, as you are grounded in your experiences, I just once again would encourage everybody to share. I think that sharing it is going to be really important. I feel like I'm hot up here. I'm not too sure why. Yeah, yeah. Is it? Yeah, a little bit, eh? Yeah, I'm also growing out my hair. I don't know if you can tell, but yeah. My son, he's 15 months, and so we're gonna grow our hair out together. So I'm in that stage where it's like it's hot. I don't know what to do with it. You know, he puts it up into a little man bun or up into the top in a ponytail. So maybe later in solidarity, I'll come out with my little ponytail at the top of my head. Yeah. So yeah, his name is Waseshkung, and so Wase for short. But yeah, he was born at home, and I went and sought out Anishinaabe midwives to learn about, what are like ways that we did birthing and how can we bring birthing back to our community and to our families and stuff like that. So he was born in a birth lodge, and there's songs that I had to sing, and yeah, I couldn't sing the songs to my partner, to the mother, because if I sang the songs, then I'd invite the baby to come early. So it was just like, I had to sing it in quiet. Hey, don't listen. Yeah. So, yeah, being a new dad has been quite the privilege, and being a parent is something that is absolutely life changing. And so attending conferences before, when you're talking about education, when we're talking about all the things that matter for our families and our communities, like I understood, but now I really feel it a lot. So when I know that the work that you are doing in your communities for the places that you work and the people that you are supporting, like it is really important. And we just heard about the cuts that Mick talked about, and some of the struggles. But hopefully here we can talk about some of the solutions, and we can share some of the best practices. We can talk about some of those success stories, and we can share resources as well. So we have a great lineup that we have here, and so just really quickly I'm going to go through this. In the morning, on the agenda, we have our opening keynote, which I'll introduce shortly. So we'll have a morning keynote by Dr. Nicole Inez Nash. Did I pronounce that right? Yeah? Awesome, cool. And then so that'll be our morning keynote. After our morning keynote, we'll have a short break, and then it'll be followed by a feature presentation on neurodivergence, which sounds super cool. So what it looks like and how we can support. So really looking forward to that by Michelle and Chochi. That'll be the morning. In the afternoon, we're going to have concurrent workshop sessions. So this is where you get to use your nice little treasure map on the back, and you get to figure out what room that you'd like to be on. And when that time comes, I will show specifically. I'll talk about which breakout session is happening in each room. So there'll be 2 afternoon sessions of breakouts, and that'll bring us to the day. We do have door prizes. Yes, you do have to be here. No, you can't tell someone else to pick it up for you. Yeah, send a runner. I send a runner to get it. So I think there'll be 2 door prizes, and it's going to be done on the wheel names. So we do encourage everybody to be here as well. And then other than that, I think that's what I have for opening. So again, just really want to emphasize the importance of visiting, the importance of sharing your experiences and some of the the challenges that you've had, some of the successes. But ultimately, we're here to support, to learn, to bring our stories, and to learn how we can continue to support our students, our families, our children back home. And so, let's put a round of applause for all of yous out there. I think you guys are all here, and you're wanting to do really good work, and so sometimes you got to do that, acknowledge that every now and then. So, So I guess what we'll do is we'll get moving into our very first keynote. We're ready to go for our first keynote. Yeah. All right. Cool. So I got the pleasure and the honor to introduce our very first keynote. So. Dr. Nicole Inez Nash is a mixed Indigenous Miskego Cree, French Canadian, and Irish researcher, educator, and community worker. She is a registered member of Constance Lake First Nation with family ties to Mattawa, along the English and Kabikame Rivers in Treaty 9 territory. She's also a registered early childhood educator. Her research attends to Indigenous childhoods, disability justice, madness and healing, drawing on participatory, land-based, and decolonial methodologies. So she's going to be sharing on honoring our gifts, First Nations disability justice, and inclusive design and special education. So if you can all join me in welcoming our first keynote presenter. She also does really cool stuff with Finding Our Power Together, so I'm a big fan. She saw the need, created, a really amazing non-for-profit, a national non-for-profit that supports Indigenous mental health across the country. So that wasn't in there, but I thought I'd say that because I think it's super cool. So one time, let's another round of applause. Oh.
Miigwech, thanks so much, and good morning, everyone. Really looking forward to spending this morning with you and the incredible conversations that are going to be had over the next little while. I'll introduce myself first and then talk a little bit about what I'm here to share today. Nanabojo, Wache, Minogijagan, Zonje, Winishe, Wabagwanakwe, Nandishnakas, Mamamatwa, Minwa, Takarant, and Ndonjaba, Makwan, Odam, and Ashnamaikwen, and Dao. So thanks so much for that really warm introduction. I've been taught to always try to introduce myself in the language. For one, it's also a coping mechanism. I don't know if anybody else, but that just really calms me down and helps me to know what I want to share today. So my name's Nicolini Snash. I also carry the name Zonje Winishe Wabagwanakwe, or Strong, Beautiful Wildflower Woman. And I was born and raised here in Toronto, but my family comes from Mamamatwa, or the place where the three rivers meet in Treaty 9 territory, near my home community of Constance Lake First Nation. I had the honor to be here and speak about a little bit of what I've come to know through my research, my practice, and through also my cultural learning as an Anishinaabe, as an Oshkobeewis, as someone who's been on a journey of learning and discovery. I'm also really excited to be here in this particular space and having this conversation because I think this conversation is really important. I've dedicated my career and my work to supporting children, youth, and families, and I know from my own experience, but also the experiences I've heard from other educators and other families, that this conversation about our children is very important and is becoming increasingly important in a society that is becoming more and more unlivable each day. So today I hope to address this current reality, share a little bit about the research that I've done and that I've been a part of, and also think about how we might think differently about our educational systems and our supports for each individual person, how we design systems that actually enable each individual's gifts to flourish and to thrive. So let's get into it. So today, nearly 1 in 5 people right now are navigating disabling conditions, either because they've been labeled as such or because they experience disability. And I'm going to talk more about what I mean when I say that word as well. The rate of disability among young people is also increasing every year. We've seen an increase in 7% of identification of those with disability between the ages of 15 to 24 over the last 5 years. Part of this story lies within the increased access to assessment and evaluation, as well as a decrease in the stigma related to mental health disability and disability diagnoses more generally. But I also think that this story is bigger than that. There is also a structural system to consider here. Youth live at these intersections of multiple systems and are encountering barriers and accessing the basic social determinants of health, and thus then are seeking out support to be able to meet those gaps. These reflect some greater changes in our understanding of disability, of neurodiversity, of mental health, but also make us consider why do we need to consistently navigate disabling conditions within a society. It is largely because that society has been structured to not assume that disabled people are going to be there. For Indigenous people, this rate is increased. We know from statistics that Indigenous people generally experience disability at 2 to 3 times the national average. This is concerning because we know that many of the conditions that produce disablement are likely to remain unchanged. Many of our young people are navigating systems in which they are disabled even before they enter the door. And we know that many of our children are navigating systems where they require additional support. This also reflects broader trends. In Ontario, almost 1 in 6 elementary students and more than 1 in 4 post-secondary students will require some kind of access need at some point in their educational journey. Research also suggests that Indigenous, Black, and otherwise racialized students are overly represented in special education programs and intervention supports. This raises questions about whether or not we are seeing an increased demand in those populations, or if we are seeing a pathologization of difference in these contexts. What I think this means for education more broadly is that we're going to see increased demand. The needs of our children are expanding, and it's important that we are ready to attend to those needs. This also means that an evolution of our systems is not just an optional thing. We need to think deeply about how we prepare for the inevitability that disabled children are going to come to our doors, because it's more and more likely that they will. It also means that we need to shift our paradigm, shift our understanding, shift our worldview about what we think when we think about disabled children, and that's what I hope to offer today. Before I go further, I want to tell you a little bit more about how I've come to do the work that I do, and maybe get you to think that I know something, I guess. So my career started as an early childhood educator. I was actually a high school dropout. I had a really tough time as a young person living in this city and didn't know what I wanted to do. I thought I was going to be a rock star. I did that for a while. Thought I was going to be a fashion designer. I did that for a while. And then I said, I don't want to be broke my whole life. So I went to school and decided, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to be a child protection worker, because I myself had a lot of experiences in the foster care system, and I knew that, those good workers really made a difference in my own life. So I went and started studying early childhood development and really got interested in the development of young children and how early experiences impact our later outcomes. Probably doing a lot of my own inner healing, inner child work at the same time. But as I continued to do that work and working in the field with young children, working with families, I began to see the need within our own communities to not only support families, but to think about, those who are most marginalized in these systems. My work then led me to do quite a bit of research in my own community, looking at the experiences of disabled children and their families as they navigate disability-related support systems. I'm going to talk a little bit about that today. And then further on, I just kept going, and I just kept thinking, well, if this is the experience of children in my community, it's probable that this is the experience of many children in many communities. And so I did my master's looking at this, and then did my PhD, which I just convocated this year, so I'm pretty stoked about that. Thank you. Thank you. And in my PhD, I was interested more broadly in social justice. What does it mean to actually critique this current system that we live in, and to be able to expose its very insidious ways? What does it mean to build a just society, and how can we lean on Indigenous understandings, stories, ways of knowing and being to do so? And so in my PhD work, I did a lot of work in terms of working with young people about their own mental health and healing. And as I was doing this over the pandemic, I did then found my national not-for-profit Finding Our Power Together, which is a suicide prevention agency that serves Indigenous youth, children, and communities across Canada. So why I'm saying this is not to bolster myself up, but I think it's important that we trace the journey that we all go on into this work. And I am not a special education teacher. I have not worked in the education system, but I have worked alongside families. I have listened to the stories of many families with children with disabilities and the fight and the work and the labor that they go through in order to access what, in my opinion, is a very small menu of services that often doesn't actually provide the support that people are looking for. And so in both my academic and personal life and in my own cultural life, I really fundamentally believe that our ways of knowing and being hold knowledge that I think should be shared with the broader world. That we hold knowledge about how to care for each other well, about how to honor children, about how to be in relation to the land, and that we can lean on these teachings and these stories and these frameworks to help design a better world. Maybe I'm a bit naive, but that's where I'm hoping to lead us today. So A few years ago, I was part of a research team that was tasked to do a program evaluation for a special education program. And I thought it'd be interesting to start there today and tell you a little bit about our experience and what we found. So this program operates through having selected students who are eligible for the program leave their homeroom class to attend a partially segregated special needs program for a segment of the day. In order to qualify for this program, children need to be assessed as being 2 years behind grade level in the subjects of math and literacy. And so it works by ensuring that those children leave during those instructional blocks and receive a modified curriculum. Our objectives for this review were essentially to think about how effective was this program in meeting its intended goals, which we found to be ambiguous. But we were also really interested in how this was in fact supporting students, and also to what extent this program supported inclusion more broadly within the school. To do this, we took a multi-pronged approach that involved site visits and observations, interviews and focus groups with 56 participants, which included the students themselves, some of their family members, educators who worked in the program, and other educational coordinators. We also did a systems level data analysis. So school boards often collect quantitative data about students and can actually trace trajectories through quantitative analysis about what happens to students throughout their educational journey. So that was part of our analysis, as well as a thorough review of relevant academic and policy literature. So what we found, I think, is useful for us in this conversation today. Again, I'm not sharing this to be critical of any one system, but I think it's important to have stories and examples for us to think through. So our review highlighted that there were some key strengths about this program, notably that educators, students, and their families saw that this was a good space for their children to be, that they had good outcomes, that they enjoyed participating with their peers, and they had good relationships as a part of the program. But what you also found was that this program functioned largely through this kind of segregated model of special education, where students are working in smaller groups, they have a modified curriculum, and there are various modification tools in the environment, including assistive technology. Educators described that this gave them a unique opportunity to connect with their students, and also to provide curriculum supports that met their needs. At the same time, we observed that while there was a modified curriculum that was supportive of students' learning, oftentimes students were unchallenged, that the modified curriculum was in fact that of a 2-year grade level difference, and that there wasn't an attempt to scaffold children's learning to reach grade level. Research on special education models suggests that when expectations of children remain low, so too does their performance. So during our observation, we could see that children were really engaged with the program. They knew what to expect, they understood the routine, but they understood it to such a degree that it very much was obvious that they were ready for some scaffolded new opportunities. We also found that supports were very concentrated in this program, which meant that they were not evident anywhere else. So students were having these 2 instructional blocks in which they were having this very supportive program. They were having access to supportive technology, they were having access to other types of supports, but then once they left that space, they were no longer able to access that support in their homeroom class. So this raises some questions about the barriers to learning and reflects a broader systemic issue where supports don't consistently flow with the student across various contexts. We also found that students and families described both a safe space, but also potentially a space where they face stigma, bullying, and violence in some cases. They often shared conflicting experiences about having a sense of community in this space. They often describe this as a safe space, a sanctuary free from some of the pressures that come with being in a homeroom environment where they are not able to participate fully. However, there was often evidence of behavioral concerns in those classrooms, students feeling like they were not safe, and also that students were facing stigma by participating in that program. This is reflective of larger patterns that we see in disability spaces, where disability segregated spaces can be a real source of community, of knowledge, of safety for folks, but also that we need to also consider how we're addressing inclusion in the broader system, also in tandem. We also found that this program was described as the only option for children. We heard repeatedly that, this was perceived as the only option, that if we got rid of this, it wasn't perfect, but this was all that we could get. We also found out that students were only able to access this if they were not accessing other types of support, such as ESL or other types of EA support. And because this was quote unquote the only option, this placed a heavy burden on the educators who worked on this program to effectively meet all of the needs that child has, even though they're only mandated to teach those 2 sessional blocks. Because this was also perceived as the only option, educators in the homeroom classroom often then didn't feel responsible for ensuring that child was included in the mainstream class. This indicates that there's a scarcity of alternative support options available in the school system, but also is really reflective of this mindset shift that I'm talking about. If we have special education that happens elsewhere, oftentimes those who are not in those systems don't feel like it's their responsibility. I often talk about the right and the duty to accommodate, and oftentimes I'm met with resistance from many educators who talk about the challenge that brings. And I would say that the challenge is not necessarily an individual problem. It's reflective of a broader system that is not essentially designed for true inclusion and is instead designed for mass education. Despite having mixed academic outcomes, many families also invest personal times and resources to ensure that their children are supported even within this program. We heard from many families that they were doing their own training on the side, trying to become, behavior modification therapists, speech and language therapists, that we have a group of parents who are really heavily invested in their families' educational pathways. And often will say, this isn't the right approach for my child, but again, it's the only option, this is all we're gonna get. We also were interested in how people conceptualize disability. I myself am a disability scholar. I'm always really curious about how people define, how they relate to this concept of disability. And so we asked people outright about their understandings of disability and their theories of it. We found that many within the study had never even thought of their theory of disability. They had never been trained to have a particular perspective, and oftentimes held fixed perceptions of what disability is. This perspective often placed the problem as something that was residing within the child, that there was a pathology of that child, this child is different, and thus is a problem to solve, versus thinking about disability as larger, as a collective experience, as a natural variation of human life. Research demonstrates that these kinds of understandings can really position students to be on trajectories where people don't assume that they can ever achieve. There was a really great advert recently about folks with Down syndrome. Has everybody seen this one? I see a few nods, where she's like, if you think I can't do this, then I won't do it. And this is true. The way that we perceive children does fundamentally impact their ability to access other opportunities. And so the ways that we think about ability is really important. We also saw within our systems level analysis, and this reflects broader trends as well, that students face reduced post-secondary opportunity when they're placed in a special education program. In this particular instance, 75% of students in this type of program take locally developed courses in grade 9, as opposed to academic-based courses. We also found that only 32% of students in any special education program graduate with an Ontario Secondary Degree Diploma, and that the post-secondary intention rate for students in this program is 59%, which means that over 40% of students did not indicate an intention to do post-secondary education. And as I said, as a part of many other studies that I've been a part of, this reflects larger trends. Sometimes a decision that is made about a child in grade 1 impacts the rest of their life. And so this is not to say that special education is the problem. Rather, for me, it raises questions about how we conceptualize ability and how we think about the educational pathways that we are providing to students. if we are likely to continue to see more and more students accessing these systems, we must also then think about how we design better systems for them. And so to explore that broader picture, I want to tell you a little bit more about another study. I'm just going to do a quick time check here. I got lots of time. Are you bored yet? No, okay. So another study that I've been involved in was the one that I mentioned that I took to my own home community. So this study is called the Inclusive Early Childhood Service Systems Project. It's a tongue twister, IECSS. And this is a 14-year-long partnership that has been led by myself and other colleagues at Toronto Metropolitan University, which looks at the broader system. It's not necessarily interested only in special education or only in intervention, but what does this broader system look like from the perspective of families? So it focuses on how families of young children navigate these various systems, and we often start with families in the early years, so before they're school aged, typically around 2 or 3 years old. And why we chose that age is because typically this is the time at which flags start to go off when a child is not meeting quote-unquote developmental milestones. If you don't walk and talk by 2 years old, there's a problem, according to this system. So we've been talking to families as they've been navigating that system once per year. Some of them we've spoken to for 9 years. And we have hundreds of families within the study from a range of different communities, including urban communities, rural and remote communities, First Nations communities, and about a third of our families in the study are Indigenous families. We also have been led by an Elders Council out of the District of Timiskaming who have been helping us to interpret particularly the Indigenous experience, but also from an Indigenous lens, how can we learn about creating better systems? So our key questions are to understand who does the work of this system, what processes make this system work, and which worldviews are privileged within these systems. We use an approach called institutional ethnography, which is just a fancy research term for the stories of institutions. So rather than studying individual people, we're really looking at that systems level understanding. And so I think this study highlights that inclusion extends beyond classrooms and is really about communities, about how we structure societies to be more inclusive of each individual person. So from an institutional ethnography perspective, we are interested in how services function, particularly how they function for those who are the quote-unquote users of that system. And so we've asked people every year to tell us about their journey. We started with, tell me about your child, and it just unfolded, that they would go into this description of every service that they've had to access, of all of the things they had to do in order to get entry into that system. And oftentimes when we talk to policymakers, this is the type of diagram that they show us. This is what people think that system looks like, that it's a very easy process from assessment, diagnosis to support. But what we found in our work is that this is what the system actually looks like. So in our work, we've been visually mapping the experiences of children and their families as they navigate this broader system support. So this is a real person story from our research. And on the bottom, you can see there's a timeline where we've been talking to them over a period of sometimes, like I said, 9 years, and how these systems change as children age, as they move, as things change in the family dynamic. So we can see not only what services are using, but also how they encounter those systems, how they're forced to navigate those systems, and who holds power within the system. So just to kind of describe, I know you can't see it, that's kind of part of the impact, the effect there. You can't really make it out, but what we can see is, broadly speaking, we have institutions, which are those diamonds, circles are individual people, squares are programs, and then these lines are kind of how they are connected. So the individual lines that have an arrow usually signal a referral. Sometimes there's even a phone icon, which signifies that a phone call had to happen. We also were noting where intakes have to happen, assessments have to happen, and we're tracking what institutional ethnography calls the textual record, which is every time there is a record made on text in writing about a child. And so we've been talking to our families about this system. And it's obviously quite complex. And I think no matter where you are within the system, so I chose this map because it has special education on it. But we need to think about more broadly how we support inclusion, not just in our classrooms, but how this connects to that broader level experience. Our students are not only just coming into classrooms, they're also coming into healthcare settings. They're also being asked to participate in therapies. They're also a part of their communities. They're also a part of broader systems. So what we've learned through this process is that there's some key assumptions that are kind of embedded within this system. The first assumption is that more service is always better. So oftentimes when a person is requiring quote unquote support, that we try to load them up. You want this, you want this, you want this, you want this? And then we get these maps that look pretty chaotic. More service can sometimes be the end goal. We have many people within our study who talk about that. I need more service for my child. I really want more, and I'm unable to access it. This is particularly true when we're talking about communities who are in the northern or remote parts of the province where there simply just isn't anything available. But the assumption that more service is always better is really about, oftentimes those services are not actually the right services. So we're trying to build out a patchwork system that can meet some gaps by offering more and more and more. What we find is that it's about the quality of that service that actually matters. Is this the right intervention for my child? Is this the right person to be working with my child? And finding that goodness of fit is really important. Aligned with that is there's an assumption that the relationships that people have with institutions are neutral. That, yeah, let's just load them up. Like, here, I'll give you this person, this person, this person, this person. And there's not a thought about the impact that those relationships have. If we go back to this, that's a lot of relationships. I don't know about you, but I don't want this many relationships. Relationships take effort, they take work, they take time. Many times, people are also being asked to travel great distances, to take time out of their own life, to choose between accessing service or accessing community-based programming or support. We have many children who are being asked to move away from their community in order to access this broader system of service. And for me, this raises questions about how we're assimilating children to be a part of this colonial project. To me, this is a reflection of the same theories and ideologies that embedded the residential school system. Let's ensure that children get access to quote-unquote therapies, but what are the outcomes of those therapies? Oftentimes, those outcomes are related to producing a quote-unquote ideal citizen, which is very much laden in an understanding that is colonial in nature and oftentimes racist, I would say. The third assumption is that disability equals service need. Whenever we see a child who's quote unquote being flagged, who's being assessed, who has a disability, there is an assumption that service needs to follow. And disability advocates would say that that's not always the case. We don't always need to treat disability as a pathology. We don't always need to treat disability as something that is devastating, that it's simply just a difference. And yes, many families want services, they want therapy, they want access to everything that the menu has to offer, but that we don't need to always jump to assuming that there is a service need. I think this reflects the other study that I was talking about, where when we jump to service, we then assume that we have no responsibility anymore, that that's someone else's problem, that they'll go deal with that over there. But what I would say, and what many disability scholars would say, is that we actually need disability-affirming communities, societies. We need spaces where we are welcoming of disability from the get-go, that we don't assume it's someone else's problem, and that we take responsibility today, here and now. There's also an assumption within the system that access to services reduces risk. that if we intervene early, that's a good thing for children. And while a lot of the literature and the research would support that, for Indigenous children, for Black children, for otherwise racialized children, this is not a neutral thing to access all of these supports. We have heard within our study children being taken away, children being apprehended, going to seek support for your child, and then essentially being told that you are not effectively looking after your child. Participating in all of this is high risk for many families, and for good reason. There's also a risk, again, of a child internalizing the idea that they are never going to be good enough, that they're participating in all of these therapies and all of these services where the messaging is consistently, you need to be different. Who you are is not valuable. And if you only tried a little harder, maybe you could get there. Or we just assume they're never going to get there. And so I think that there is risk within this system. This is not a neutral system. Within all of the work that I've done, and particularly in this last project, we've been really interested in understanding what a cultural perspective of this means. And it was interesting because we had worked with an elders council. I see people taking pictures. I'm going to change the slide real quick. I'll come back. When we had talked, we presented one of these maps to some elders that we had been working with on the project for the last 14 years. And we showed them this, and we told them the story about this person's experience. And the elder said, "That looks like a river." And I was like, "What?" I don't know about you, but that does not look like a river to me. It's not the first thing that I jumped to. And the teaching that she shared was that, okay, that doesn't look like a river, but the way that we understand child development is that it's like a river, that it's constantly flowing, it's constantly evolving, and it's going to go its own way. And that these systems are really trying to control the river. They're trying to put things in the river's path to change its natural flow. And I thought that was really interesting because I would agree that these systems are fundamentally about shifting someone's natural way of being within the world. And I'm not saying that that's not a good thing. I myself, run an agency where we do a lot of therapy and a lot of therapeutic support, and intervention can be really useful. But from a cultural worldview, we understand that each individual child is a gift, and that their development is this fluid, non-conforming thing that we get to experience, and that we are given the gift to experience. And so in a lot of this work, I've been really interested in how our communities might have traditionally thought about disability. What does this mean? How might we have traditionally treated this? And what I have found is that in most Indigenous languages, there is no word for this concept of disability. In fact, some of our elders even have said, don't use that word. Some of you in this room might be like, that's a weird word, I don't want to hear it, it makes me uncomfortable. People think that disability is a bad word. I use the term disability because it's what we are experiencing. I'm going to describe that in a moment. In our cultural worldviews, I believe we don't have this terminology because, particularly in Anishinaabe-Moan, in Cree, the languages that I've been familiar with, we often use our language to describe things as they are versus what is absent. So there would be no reason to talk about someone's lack. Instead, we would describe someone's gifts, how they're presenting to the world, and their spiritual abilities. We understand that difference is a natural part of this human experience, gifts from Creator. This does not mean, however, that our children do not experience disablement. So for those who might think that disability is a bad word, I hope to change your mind. But why I'm using this term is because it is, in fact, what our children experience. Disability from a social model, recognizing that disability is something that occurs as an interaction between both an individual and their unique way of being in the world and the world in which they live. This interaction is what can produce disablement. And our children are fundamentally facing an ableist world that doesn't value them. And so some ways that we see that our children are, lost my notes there. So this can include things like the environment. You know, we often think about access in terms of physical environment. If there are ramps, then that space is accessible. But there's also the social and attitudinal barriers that also exist. So if we assume that someone is incapable, then they will be incapable. If we assume that someone is not going to be a part of our space, they're unlikely to be part of our space. And so in an ableist society, anyone with a difference is disabled because their difference is not designed in that environment. However, difference is not in itself disabling. It is not disabling in every context. And so in my work, I've often talked to elders about traditionally how this would have shown up. And there are some stories where there was discrimination against people who had particular differences, but usually that was because they were unable to participate in community life. An example I've heard also from other folks that I've talked to is, you know, maybe in a society where canoeing is a really big part of community life, the use of your legs may not be as important in that context as it is in another context. And so disability is something that is contextual. It is something that is changing all of the time. Our children, Indigenous children in particular, are facing a colonial society that has these ableist tendencies. And so we see systemically that our children are discriminated against, they are disabled from participating in society, that we have disproportionate diagnoses in our communities, and that many of the concerns that our children are facing are subjective in nature. If you look at the data on the diagnostic criteria of Indigenous children, it is largely behavioral or learning disabilities. These are subjective. This is not an exact science. And so it raises questions again for me about who gets to decide this and how are those decisions being made? Are these children in fact disabled, or are they simply different? And when we do then require support, we see that that support is not usually present. I think that our cultures are also a really great resource for us to consider in how we design better systems, how we think more broadly about supporting differences. And for myself, this has been a really fundamental way that I've come to understand these differences. For one, traditionally, disability was not seen as such. And this is a quote from an elder who talks a lot about, you know, that this contextual understanding is really important. That right now that this room is disabling for certain people, but other people are able to access this fine. And in another context, you might face access needs while other people access that space fine. In our worldviews, we know that children are gifts from Creator, that each individual child is a beautiful gift, and that they've been given to us for a reason. I have 2 little ones at home, and sometimes I'm like, oh, what's the reason? But we're given that gift of a child at a particular time for a particular reason. They come to our family to teach us something. They come to our community, and they come to our nation at a particular time with a particular way of being in the world. And it's our job to figure that out, to figure out what are the teachings that this child is bringing to not only me as an individual, but to the collective. We also know that all of our children are understood to be a part of that broader collective, that they are a part of our nations regardless of their differences. And that difference is not inherently negative. Within our communities, we need difference in order to thrive. I spend a lot of time with some ceremonial people, and they always tell me this with a smug laugh on their face, you know, everybody wants to be a medicine man. Can you imagine a community with all medicine men? Nothing would get done. You'd all starve to death. We need difference. We need diversity. We need people to have different gifts, different abilities, and to bring that into our collective society. Otherwise, we would not be able to survive. And I believe our communities have this understanding. We have an understanding of, the difference and the diversity within an ecosystem, but also what that means within community life. And so when healing and support is needed, a holistic approach is embraced. That difference in itself isn't something to fix, but instead, are we able to restore balance within that individual to ensure that they have what they need on the emotional level, the physical level, the spiritual level, and the mental level, that all of those are integrated together. Are you kicking me off already? Oh, okay. Thank you. The other thing is that we often think about disability as something that's happening over there. But disability is the one community that you can join at any time. This is not a problem that exists somewhere else. It is likely if you live a good long life, you will experience disability at some point. Then it becomes a you problem. I believe we should be preparing for this future now, that we should be thinking about how those who are most marginalized, those who cannot access the social conditions of our life, that we think about them now, because this is a societal issue, not simply a them issue. So how then do we design systems with disability and difference in mind? Well, a key framework that I think is really important for us to consider is a framework from disability justice. Disability justice is a framework that is led by people of color, disabled people of color, and Indigenous disabled people that talk about some principles in how we live well with disability, how we think about disability not as this tragedy, but instead as a unique way of being in the world that teaches us something about our systems. Having a disability enables us to see ableism clearly. Being Indigenous and disabled allows us to see colonialism very clearly. These frameworks are provocations to help us to think differently about how we design our systems, how we design our interactions, and ultimately how we ensure we create and cultivate inclusive societies so that everyone can participate. So some of I won't go through them all, but disability justice really calls for us to take an intersectional approach, understanding that disability is always occurring within an intersectional framework, meaning that disability is always impacted by differences in terms of race, class, and gender, and that these things layer upon themselves. That we need cross-movement solidarity for that reason, that issues related to disability and in this case, I think, issues related to Indigenous sovereignty actually go hand in hand. That we need collective liberation. So disability, I think, for me, is a space where we can think differently about society. And when we design our systems and our classrooms and our environments to attend to disabled children, oftentimes everybody benefits. Everyone is able to benefit from that inclusive society. That we are led by those who are most impacted. Oftentimes when we talk particularly about children with disabilities, we rarely ask them what they want, what they need, what they think. But we need leadership of those who have lived experience to think differently about this. That we recognize wholeness. In my work, I've often seen as well the ways that we conceptualize disabled children, all we focus on is the disability. That's all that they become. When we talk about children with autism, that becomes their whole identity. And while that might be a very important part of their identity, they are also many other things. And so we need to attend to the wholeness of each individual person. That we value interdependence. The goal is not to make every single person independent. The goal is to create societies where interdependence is valued, where caring for each other is a key part of our society, where it's okay to need help. That we take anti-capitalist politics. A key feature of disability and key definitions of disability have to do with whether or not someone can work, whether they can be a part of this workforce. As we talked about earlier, these decisions that are being made about children at a very young age are impacting their ability to access future opportunities. And while I think it's important to consider that, I also think we should trouble why we think that that's the ultimate goal in life, is to be able to get a job, buy a house, get married, the whole, American Canadian dream. Maybe that's not what we are supporting our children to do. Instead, that we're rejecting that we're thinking about how that person can be a part of a community and how they can have a position there. That we think about sustainability within this work. I know working with children with disabilities can be very challenging. I used to work on the floor myself. And so we need systems and frameworks that support our sustainability in doing this work. That we have good enough pay, that we have time off, that we have enough people in the room to effectively do this. And this is why I think we need systems level change. We also need collective access. Again, when we design systems to ensure that the most marginalized person can access the door, it often creates space for us all to have collective access. Normalizing conversations about our needs, normalizing this being a key part of our conversation, ensuring that everyone gets access, and not thinking about accommodation or access as an afterthought. Some ways that we build this into design. So I myself have done quite a bit of educational design, working in the field, doing a lot of work in terms of being a professor as well, thinking really critically about how we do design to reflect our values. And I think it's really challenging. I think it's really challenging because it's not that we don't want to as individuals, but rather the systems themselves are very rigid. School systems are very rigid. I really appreciated being in ECE because, there's a lot more flexibility in terms of what you can do. And now in my work at Finding Your Power Together, we do quite a bit of therapeutic work, but also educational work with families, with young people. And that flexibility gets me really excited. I also use design-based methodologies in my research. So I think there's some knowledge that comes from the actual process of engaging in design, how we attend to our quote-unquote problems, and how we design solutions. And I think thinking critically about design can offer new pathways. In my work in thinking about disability, I've often thought about what makes a place inclusive. What does true inclusion look like? Is it a segregated space where, disability is the norm? Or is it a space where everybody is valued and is able to attend? And I don't have the answer. I think we need to listen to those who are a part of those communities and privilege their experiences. But what I have said is that we actually need both. We need spaces where there is community within having a disability. Many children in particular are being placed into intervention systems and then forced to participate in mainstream programs in which they will always be different. If we think long term, this is an incredibly invalidating experience for children. To consistently get the message that you were not enough, that you do not belong, that every day we need extra things for you to be able to access this space. One example that I can also share is, the deaf community is a great example where many deaf people do not consider themselves disabled. They do not consider deafness to be an issue. They consider deafness to be a key part of who they are, an identity, a culture with its own unique way of knowing and being, with its own language. And so oftentimes, hearing parents are told, your child is deaf, you should get a cochlear implant. You should try to ensure your child is no longer deaf. And the deaf community would say, that's assimilation. That's assuming that that is a problem when it's not. And so the deaf community has taken it upon themselves to create a community around this experience. I think the neurodiverse community has started to do that as well, to take this up as, neurodiverse people have a particular way of knowing and being in the world. And being around others who are like you can be a real source of joy. That we can develop a community together, that we could be in good relation together. And I'm suggesting this because I think we need to think critically again about how we create spaces for that type of community to thrive, and at the same time, prepare our mainstream systems, our everyday systems, to invite those people to not only be able to access the door, but actually be able to thrive once they're there. Some ways to do that, I think particularly in special education, is one, to think about relational access. Relational access stems from a concept that has been popularized in disability justice circles around access intimacy. Access intimacy is really about creating a space where my access needs and your access needs and your access needs are a big part of the conversation. And that you understand access to a degree that it's not an afterthought. I don't know about any of you, but is anybody not a morning person? Anybody have difficulty with the morning? I was late. Yeah, okay. So that's not typically an access need, but I know in disability communities, as an example, some people take medication at night, makes it very difficult to wake up in the morning. So in many disability circles, events will start later, as an example. No shade on us starting at 9 a.m. I'm fine with that. But that's just an example of how you build in frameworks that attend to the needs of our community. With children, I think it's really about normalizing the conversation about what do children need. Some children are going to need to sit up closer. Some children are going to need to have you talk directly at them, to look them in the eye. Some children are really not going to like that. Some children thrive by having a peer support person. Some people thrive in an outdoor environment or using bodily movement. I think we need to think more creatively about how we ensure access for everyone involved. And that we don't shy away from intensity. The research is clear. Just because someone has a disability does not mean that they are unable to meet expectations. It just means we need to think creatively about how those expectations can be met, or that we just shift the goalpost slightly. Intensity is a key feature of how we support remediation, how we support individual learning, and the repetition and consistency is really key to that. That we think about multi-domain supports. So as I said, I really think that when it comes to children with disabilities, we get very narrowly focused. A child with autism, that's all we see is the autism. And while that might be the most apparent thing, what about their spiritual well-being? What about their access to land, to ceremony, to culture? What about their access to friends and to relationships? When we're consistently always trying to moderate maybe just behavior or emotion regulation, we're missing this whole broader wholeness that that person brings. So we can embed supports in multiple domains simultaneously. We can think about the differences in each individual child and think about how we support them academically, but also their well-being. We also need our educators and our systems to be prepared. I think many of you are probably here really looking forward to all of these wonderful conversations to put into your own bundle, as was shared this morning, because we don't have the training. We don't have this as a normalized part of conversation, that we aren't getting this as a part of our introduction to the education system. But as I've been arguing, this is unlikely to change. We are on a trajectory at which more and more and more children are going to be requiring additional support. And so we need better training. We need better professional development, and we need to continuously be learning. We also need inclusive systems, not just settings. You can do whatever you want in your classroom. You can do whatever you want at your center, at your individual place of business. But if it's not reflected in the broader system, we're always going to be, hitting a brick wall. We need to think broadly about how this larger system is structured and how it can actually be designed for our children. And we always need to monitor and adjust. I was reflecting recently, I'm a professor, so I teach, and I don't know what's happening. My students are different. I don't know, I keep hearing this anecdotally, and then it happened to me, where I came to class, like, all right, ready to learn. Their faces look kind of like yours. Normally, there's a lot of energy in my classrooms. And so I think we're in a very ever-changing world. AI's on the rise. We have a lot of attention issues based on just the way our society is structured now, which is now being classified as a distinct form of neurodiversity. We're living in challenging times, to say the least. And so I think it's about being creative, about trying things out, experimenting, and then seeing what works, allowing what works to stick, throwing out the rest, and continuously adapting. Inclusion is not a placement. Oftentimes when we talk about children, we think about, we're just gonna get them the right service, the right support, place them in the right class, and our job is done. Inclusion is not about where a child is placed. It is a commitment to design systems that recognize difference as a gift. It is about ensuring that people are truly included, not just having access. And this is far greater than simply providing a therapy, building a ramp, or offering an assessment. It's about choosing inclusive community. There's a saying that's been going around on social media that comes from the disability movement that says the price of community is annoyance. That's what it means to be inclusive. You're not gonna like every single person. You're not, their quirks and their tics and their ways of being are gonna annoy the crap out of you. But they still deserve to be there. They still deserve a seat at the table. And how can you work within your own self to get your strategies, your skills, to ensure that you can handle it? We've also talked a lot about, I've heard a lot of people say, we've lost the village. It takes a village to raise a child, we've lost the village. We've lost the village because people stopped being villagers. Sometimes we over-romanticize our own cultural worldviews, right? Oh, back in the day, we're all relatives. I don't know about you, but I don't like all my relatives. There are some cousins and some people I'd rather not. But you do it anyway, because they're your relatives, they're your family. And this is not to say that we just accept toxicity, but that we create a culture of inclusion, where for the most part, everybody has a place at the table. And we need to do this by recognizing that each individual person is a gift, each individual is sacred, and they have a role to play in community life. We can do this by beginning with our strengths, co-designing supports with each other, embedding strengths to address gaps. I think this is a really critical thing when we're talking about autistic people, is that they have specialty interests that can be used to then remediate the areas where they need extra support, that we monitor growth, and that we prepare these systems and settings. Disability scholar Leah Lakshmi I can never say this word, this person, go read her work, she's really great. She argues that the future is disabled. This is not a hypothetical statement, but is a material reality. Our aging populations, rising mental health needs, intergenerational trauma, the effects of climate change. This will ensure that disability will increasingly shape our collective futures. Therefore, designing for disabled life is not just an act of kindness or compliance to a policy, but is an act of designing for our collective survival. It is an act of recognizing and honoring the inherent gifts within each and every individual for the betterment of all. Miigwech, thank you for having me.
Okay, everybody, let's put it together one more time for Dr. Nicole Anish Nash. There was a lot of good takeaways there, and I was reading, listening, and I was just seeing the heads nod and things like that. So, start off with a little bit of a case study and things like that. Shared about evaluating some of the special needs programs that were there. Talked about systems are not designed to support differences. And that we need differences, diversities, and it needs to be celebrated and honored. I know when she's like, every individual is sacred, I was like, yes, because it's very true. We've lost the village because people stopped being villagers. Like, what a concept, what a thing to think about, And so how can we, create a culture of inclusion, as was said, I think these are all things that, we need to consider, and it's definitely a part of the work that we do to ultimately support our communities. Inclusion is not a placement, it's a commitment to design systems that recognize difference as a gift. So choosing inclusive communities. So that was really great. I really appreciate it. One more time, I just want to, And so you'll be around if people have a few questions and things like that, yeah? Okay, so she will be around. Also a reminder for those, that we have lanyards. So the black lanyards, I know I got lanyards. Everybody's got lanyards. I got lanyards. When I was younger, I used to collect them. They're like badges of honor, you know what I mean? Just hanging up on my wall, it was just the decor. Now I give them back because, I was just But so those notice there's black lanyards. Those are participants. There's red lanyards. I think those are orange ones. Sorry, those are presenters as well and knowledge carriers. And then the yellow ones again are some of the COO staff and things like that. So that does bring us to our lunch. I was just checking everybody, making sure everybody's good stuff. Everybody's looking at their watch, eh? Oh yeah, that was pretty quick, eh? Woo. All right. So that does bring us to our break. So we do have about a 15-minute break. So in that break, if you wanted to approach Nicole and, ask some questions, talk a bit more about their presentation, things like that. We also encourage you to check out the trade show, shop local, buy local, Christmas shopping, great place to get it done. But we will be returning here for 11 a.m. for our following feature presentation. So again, everybody, 11 a.m. we'll be back here for our next presentation of the morning. Aha, miigwech. Hello, everybody. We want to get started. So it is 11:01, and we have a really great feature presentation that we want to give these ladies the maximum amount of time that we have allotted for them. So I'm just going to get started. So for the folks that are on the outside, or if you have a colleague, people that are at your table, if you can invite them back in, and then we'll get started with our presentation. So this featured presentation that we have here is from Michelle Irvin and Chochi Knott. So once again, if I can get everybody's attention. Yeah, if we can all refocus back to being present in the room, and then we'll carry on with our next presentation. It's always a challenge when you're interrupting all the visiting and you're interrupting, some of the sharing that's happening and the networking that's going on. But there will be opportunities to do that on the break, at lunchtime, and at different parts throughout the gathering here. So we are looking to get started. Okay, so our next presentation here, titled Neurodivergence, What It Looks Like and How We Can Support. So this presentation will be done by Michelle Irvin and Chochi Knott. And so I'll just introduce them really quickly. So Michelle Irving is the FASD manager for the Anishinaabeg Nation. Her role is to provide support, provide training, navigational support, and resources for frontline workers and First Nation communities around fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Michelle believes that all individuals have strengths and gifts by focusing on supports and understanding. The communities can build on all of these strengths and reduce stigma around FASD. Michelle has worked in the education system for over 20 years, supporting programming for individuals with various exceptionalities, including FASD, autism, and different learning disabilities. So that's Michelle. Chochi, who's the other co-presenter, is Anishinaabe from Curve Lake First Nation. She is of the Bear Clan, woo, Bear Clan, has two daughters, Lena and Piper. Chochi is a certified primary junior teacher. She completed her honors in cultural, BA honors in cultural studies and sociology, as well as a master's in professional education with an emphasis on Aboriginal leadership. Chochi has completed an FASD diploma course with Sioux College and the Anishinaabeg Educational Institute. She has been employed by the Anishinaabeg Nation as an FASD regional worker for the Southeast and Southwest for over 15 years. So it's my pleasure to welcome them both. So I'll invite them up both, and we can give them a round of applause. And we can get into their presentation on neurodivergence. And looking forward to it, ladies.
Chimigwach to Quinn for that wonderful opening and for you guys to get to know us. Again, we are here representing our Anishinaabeg Nation, 39 First Nation communities. And I would like to say that it's really important in terms of a special education to have our leadership on board. And lucky for us, our Ogima, Linda DeBosige, knows the importance of neurodivergence and what we have to share with you today. A little bit about who we are. So our Anishinaabeg Nation FASD program is comprised of our manager, Michelle, 3 regional FASD workers. We have another FASD worker in our Northern Superior region, Linda Banning, and a regional worker in the Lake Huron region out of the Nipissing First Nation office, Lashana Whitaker, and then myself. And our program is comprised of capacity building training, community awareness, and resource support. And we offer various workshops, trainings, while incorporating the cultural awareness and well-being. And that picture there is of my youngest daughter, Piper. As mentioned, and with our program, language is a vital point for our people. And our program has taken a shift. And as you can see with our shirts also, fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. This is the way we like to view the acronym of FASD. So friendly, able, strong, and determined. And then with that, we wanted to recognize the FASD work that's been done within the program from previous coordinators and regional staff. And they had coined the term Bawido Kagejik, which means those who carry gifts. And we're trying to broaden our FASD program so that it encompasses all of our neurodivergence. And as neurodiversity, we're all neurodiverse. And we can all agree that each of our brains are different in size, different in creation. And those that are neurodivergent are people whose brains function differently in one or more ways than is considered standard or typical. It is not a diagnostic term, but it encompasses all the neurodevelopmental disorders. So as mentioned, our creation, our people, our babies, our Benoji Sak are all gifts. And in thinking and such, there are no mistakes. Anishinaabe people have always cherished their children and regarded them as sacred gifts.
So some of the neurodivergent conditions, we use the term neurodivergence as kind of an umbrella term. It gets rid of that stigma. It's not so much important what the label is on the jar, but the tools that we're putting in our jar. That's what's important. That's kind of what we're going to talk about today. What tools are we using to support individuals who are neurodivergent within the education systems? So some of the neurodevelopmental conditions, FASD, autism spectrum disorder, neonatal abstinence syndrome, ADHD, learning disorders, cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, that's just to name a few, acquired brain injuries, something that's also that we've seen some increases in. So some of the basic statistics. We hear a lot about people talking about autism because years ago there used to be a little bit of a stigma around autism. That stigma has been reduced because people talk about it. There's been trainings, information, all of that, which helps to reduce that stigma. So 2% of the population are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. That in comparison to FASD, we don't talk about FASD as much. You know, there's a stigma associated with it. So people don't talk about it, but it's more prevalent. 4% of people are diagnosed with FASD. That's double the amount of autism, but we don't talk about it. But it's expected that 98% of people with prenatal alcohol exposure are undiagnosed. So there's more than 13% of the population has FASD. So lots of times these kids in the school system get labeled as other things. Behavior kids, all of learning disabilities, all these other things, so they don't actually get the support that they need for their neurodevelopment. Neonatal abstinence syndrome is increasing. This is because we're seeing an increase in opioids, but we're also seeing an increase in Suboxone and methadone that's being used. These kids are being born on those substances, which we're not sure of the long-term effects of that. So we're seeing a link between neonatal abstinence syndrome and neurodivergence as well. And ADHD is one of the most common comorbids of any neurodivergence. So almost more than 75% of people who are neurodivergent will also have ADHD. We're going to talk a little bit more into detail about some of that. We need to remember that neurodivergence is a whole body diagnosis. It's not just brain. Our brain controls so many things, right? So it affects the entire body of someone who's neurodivergent. And you have to think about that when you're seeing some of these symptoms or these behaviors that you're seeing. It could be because of that whole body diagnosis. So some common comorbids that you're going to see, dual diagnosis, or you may just see some symptoms from some of these comorbids and they don't actually have a diagnosis because a lot of times diagnostics takes a long time. It's very stigmatizing. And people have to leave community to go get a diagnosis. And there's also, because of intergenerational trauma and thinking about that, people are afraid to go to get a diagnosis. What does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean that, you know, Family and Children's Service is going to get involved if I go and do that, especially around FASD? So that some of the stats that we can go over with some of this is that we talked about ADHD being one of the most common comorbids, but you're going to see things like epilepsy, tic disorders, oppositional defiant disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder. These are some of the things that you may see, and it doesn't mean that that's going to be fully enough to get a diagnosis, but you may see some of those traits based off of the neurodivergence. And I talked about ADHD because I want you to see the commonalities between ADHD and trauma. So if I have a student who has difficulty concentrating, they're easily distracted, they struggle to be present, they have difficulty sleeping, they have memory and concentration difficulties, they have challenges regulating their emotions, heightened emotional reactions, they're disorganized, hyperactive, and restless. What are they going to get? They're going to get an ADHD diagnosis. But those are the exact same symptoms as trauma. So we need to understand that sometimes an ADHD diagnosis isn't actually an ADHD diagnosis. It could be trauma. And if we think about intergenerational trauma, or if we think of trauma while the child is in the womb, that could be that biomom has a loss of a loved one or gets really sick. That's all trauma. That's all helps and affects the neurodevelopment of the brain in utero. So some of these symptoms that we have are very similar to ADHD. Or you see a lot of more adults being diagnosed with adult ADHD, right? Didn't really have it as a kid, but now with more trauma and more things that they've experienced in their life, they have these same symptoms. And when you think about FASD, that's also sometimes why ADHD medication doesn't work. You have to think about there's changes in the brain, chemical changes in the brain during development, that some of these medications don't go to that receptor that ADHD medication is put for, and there's way more other symptoms that happen that they're not positive symptoms that we want if you're on an ADHD medication. So that's why sometimes they have to try 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different kinds to find something that works, or it just doesn't work. And so sometimes dealing with the trauma helps that support way more than dealing with the ADHD. And we see this in the kids. Like, think about how much trauma they experience in the school all day, every day. If you were going to work every day and someone says, you can't do that. You're not good at that. You're not able to do that. You're not allowed to do that. That's consistent chronic trauma every day. So you see more and more of those symptoms. For a diagnosis, it's different for autism than FASD, but you have to remember for all of them, it's lots of testing. It can be really difficult for families to take the kids to do this. It can be really traumatic. We've also had some kids go for FASD diagnosis, and they're like, you know what, the kid's not behaving enough to do the test. Well, that's why they're there. But that's the problem. They need to be able to fit into a box, even for the diagnostics, and they don't fit into that box. So what supports can we do instead of focusing mostly on the diagnostics? So when they do go for a psychoed evaluation or diagnosis, they look at 10 brain domains. So those are the 10 brain domains that they look at. We're not going to go into all of them because they only gave us an hour, and we could talk about this with you guys for probably 6-7 hours. So if you want us to talk more with you, just let us know. But some of the big ones that I want to point out is memory. Lots of individuals who have neurodivergence have issues with memory. Memory is in this big gray front part of your brain up here. Lots of people with neurodivergence live in your emotional centers and closer to your fight or flight. So when you're in your fight or flight, you can't get up there to pull out some of those memories. Or individuals with FASD may have difficulty because, parts of that brain are affected. So they're pulling out different segments of memories. And your working memory. Working memory is like have you ever gone up a flight of stairs and been like, I don't know what I'm doing up here. Right? That's your working memory. So lots of us have issues, which increases when you're stressed, when you're tired. All of those things affect your working memory. So imagine having neurodivergence and difficulty in the day, but we want you to have really good working memory at the same time. That's causing more stress, more trauma, which decreases your working memory. So it's just a vicious kind of hamster wheel. Another one that we talk lots about is sensory. There's not a diagnostic criteria for sensory with autism anymore, but it's still a huge part of lots of things that you're going to see, so we'll go into detail about that in a minute. but executive functioning. So this is like your orchestra, your filing cabinet of your brain, right? Helping you to do the planning and all of these things it needs to do. We can see that this affects children, especially in the school system. You see a lot of executive functioning delays and needs for support with executive functioning. So some of these things are the inhibition. So they may be your daredevils. There's no, hey, I shouldn't do this because this might happen. It's, oh, this looks like I need to do it. I'm going to do it right now. Planning. A lot of school is planning. You have to plan so many things. Even when you're given just a sheet of math, I have to plan where I'm going to start. I have to start at the top of the page and go down. That's planning. Sometimes there's difficulty with that planning. The perception of time. Time is not concrete. We've created that as a society. We've created what time means. So if you have an individual who's neurodivergent and they need to be somewhere at 2 o'clock and it takes them 15 minutes to get there, tell them their appointment is at 1:45. Because they're going to leave when their appointment is. Because time that's not concrete. Also, being able to wake up in time. I have a neurodivergent son, and I'm like, okay, we have to leave at 8 o'clock to get ready to go to school. He'll get up at 10 to 8. I'm going to have a shower. It takes 25-minute showers. But he's like, well, I was up in time. Because he was up before the 8 o'clock. So that's something you really need to look at when you're talking, helping with your students. We talk about working memory. Self-monitoring is able to monitor yourself and your emotions. That can be really difficult when you don't even know what you're feeling. How can you monitor your emotions when you don't even know what they are? And motivation is a big thing. You can't be motivated if you don't know where to start. So lots of times it's an overwhelm to even know where to begin. So how can you increase motivation by making them feel confident in where to start? So one of the things we talk about is symptoms. So many of the behaviors you see are actually symptoms. So primary symptoms are the things that we're born with. Our developmental level of functioning, our sensory system, our nutrition, all of these things are things that we're born with. What creates secondary symptoms is how these primary symptoms are supported. So if we don't support the primary symptoms, especially say executive functioning in school, you're going to see secondary symptoms in school. You're going to see the fatigue, frustration, anxiety, maybe some shutdown, a little bit of depression. The problem is when we see these secondary symptoms, we treat the secondary symptom. We put a Band-Aid. We're like, oh my goodness, this child, is having temper tantrums and we're seeing outbursts. We need to stop the outbursts. And you focus on behavior modification to stop the outbursts. The problem is you still haven't supported the primary symptoms. You have to go back to the start. You have to support those because if you don't, you're going to get tertiary symptoms. And then that's why a lot of times we think about, addictions. People keep going back. They're like, oh, they went to treatment and they go back and they go back and they go back. Because they're not actually getting the support for the reason why it started in the first place. So we have to start doing that in the school system. Primary symptoms, how can we do that? What things can we do? We do that by supporting executive functioning. And by supporting it for one student, you support all kids' executive functionings. We always say, we have to do, I really liked the presentation before, talking about kind of like individual. If you do it for all, it's way more positive. There's a story about a person in a wheelchair, and it's a snow day, snowing, and the custodian is out there shoveling off the stairs. And they're like, can you shovel off the ramp? Yeah, I'll get to the ramp after the stairs. People need to get in the school. But if you did the ramp, everybody could still get in the school. You don't need to have the stairs. So it's about doing that, because shoveling off the ramp helps everybody. Same with these supports, helps everybody.
And just at that point, we do like to acknowledge the bundle and that we began this presentation and we begin our days with the medicines. Having that smudge is a perfect way for any individual with neurodivergence to help ground them. Possibly they have issues with sleep. It might help them, get back settled for the day, wherever it may be, whatever learning education center it may be that they're at. So utilizing that bundle and making bundles for themselves, making bundles for the family. You don't have to just smudge at the beginning of things. You can smudge throughout the day whenever that bundle's needed.
So some areas that we need some intervention and support: the academics, cognition, social, emotional, and behavioral. So for academics, you may see some gaps in some learning, some inconsistent learning, where you see they're high in reading but really low in math. And we talk about some of those gaps. Or they might be able to do the end. They know how to do the end step, but they don't know how to do the first 2 steps. That's some of those gaps that you can see. And it's because different parts of the brain have to have different wiring. Maybe problems retrieving that information, especially for individuals with FASD. We talked about that, right? Being able to get up into that gray matter to retrieve that information that's needed. These kids get tired. They get tired way faster. Have you ever had a busy day at work where you're like, go, 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 and you're like, get home and you're like, oh, I'm just exhausted. Imagine that being what you need to do every single day, nonstop. It's exhausting. And sometimes these kids don't sleep. They don't sleep well. So then they're coming tired already. Their cup's empty. Their energy cup, they don't have anything to give. But we're putting these expectations on them. So the fatigue is real. Just because, we're like, oh, it can't be that bad. It is. They need multiple opportunities and ways to learn. What works for one isn't going to work for somebody else. Give lots of multiple ways of learning and repeat, repeat, repeat. So dysmaturity is a real thing. This is dysmaturity. So if I have an individual who's chronologically 18 years old, they may have the expressive language of a 20-year-old. They talk really well, which is very common with individuals with FASD and neurodivergence. They display very well with their ability to express their thoughts, but their receptive language may be lower. So what they understand or are able to process is that of someone younger. And think about socially, maybe they're at the age socially as a 7-year-old. Well, what you say to an 18-year-old and a 7-year-old is very different. So we have to understand that there's those gaps. And people are like, oh, well, we can just change the gaps. Lots of times the gaps don't change. Society's acceptance changes. If I have an 18-year-old who acts like a 7-year-old, ooh, society says, oh, that's not okay. But if I have a 30-year-old who acts like an 18-year-old, that's all right. So society changes the expectations and what's acceptable. So we have to provide those supports. And remember, it's developmental age, not chronicle age, that's really important. So cognition, processing speed. This is a really big thing with kids who are neurodivergent. We're going to do a little activity. We're going to do it fast because we only have 60 minutes, but I think it's a really important thing to do. So what I want you to do is, if you can do it sitting down or standing up if you need to move. I mean, sitting down all day is kind of hard. What I'm going to ask you to do is when I say look up, I want you to look up, look down, look left, and right, okay? If you need help and you don't know your lefts and rights, which is okay, put your hands out flat in front of you. If it's a capital L, put it on your left leg. That's your left, okay? Everybody ready? Down, right, up, left, right, up, down, right, up, left. You guys are amazing. Look at that. Okay? Down is up is down. Okay? Right and left are still the same. Keep that all on your leg. Okay? Okay. Right, left, down, right, up, down, right, up, right, left. Pretty good, pretty good. Okay? You ready? Up is down is up, right is left, left is right. Take your L and put it on the other leg. Okay? Right, left, down, right, up, down, left, down, right, up, up. Oh, tricky. I got you, eh? So I want you to understand, for processing pace, I expected you to be able to process everything I said like this, right? Because you have a brain, I expected you to be able to use it the way I think you should use it. Then I changed the expectations, the directions, but I didn't change my expectations. I still expect you to do it like this. And then I changed it again. And still, I expected you to be able to take information in through my voice, translate that into words, find in your brain what that word meant, and do output by turning your head. I expected you to do all that like this. The problem is, people who are neurodivergent can take up to 30 seconds to process one request. But we don't change our expectations. We leave our expectations the same, and then we punish and consequence them when they don't do what we think they should be able to do. It's like going to someone who is in a wheelchair and being like, I see your legs. You have legs. You're just being lazy and choosing not to use them. Doing that with these children is like saying, you have a brain, I know you have a brain, but you're choosing not to use it. It's not okay. We have to change our expectations of what the output is. We have to give time and space to be able to think and process. The problem is we don't like silence, and 30 seconds is a long time. Give that time. Lots of times people are like, oh, they're oppositional. Every time I ask them to do something, they say no. Because we've programmed kids that we need a response. When I say something to you, I need a response right away. The first thing they're gonna say is no. That's a defense mechanism. That's a whoa, no. They need time to process. So when they say no right away, give them a minute. Lots of times they'll go and do it because it took time to process. But if you continue to talk and be like, I told you to do that. Why aren't you doing that? Why haven't you moved yet? They're still processing the first instruction, and now I'm increasing their emotional dysregulation, and then I'm going to consequence them for it. That's a me problem. That's not a them problem. That's me. So we have to take a step back and see what we can do to support that. They need lots of help with planning and transitions. So that's things that you have to do. With motivation, use things they like. For little ones, my kids are older now, but I know there's like Bluey or something, some blue dog, I don't know. Use that stuff. Use those as tools to help get kids motivated. That's the things that you do to help with motivation. So we talked about that processing, what it takes to process that information. Behavior, primary symptoms, focusing on those. Communication is huge. When kids don't have the ability to communicate, you're going to see a behavior. When they don't have the ability to regulate their nervous system, you're going to see behaviors. This is about doing an environmental assessment for ourselves to help them. Because these are the things you might see, those outbursts, that sporadic learning, maybe difficulty with self-care and toileting issues. This is related to that sensory system. Lots of kids who are neurodivergent are late to toilet train, because remember we talked about whole body. And they may easily say that they understand. Never ask anyone, do you understand what I'm saying? They're going to say yes. Nobody wants to be labeled the kid that doesn't know. I had one student who said to me, Mrs. Irvine, he goes, I'd rather be bad than look stupid. Because if I'm bad in class, my friends will still play with me at recess. It doesn't matter. But if I don't look like I know what I'm doing, then I'm going to get teased and kids aren't going to play with me. So if you see a behavior, say to yourself, what have I done to make that kid feel inadequate? And you're going to, by changing that, find more solutions. Because when you see behavior, it's just the top of the iceberg. It's just what you see. Everything else is underneath. And it's about focusing on those things underneath that will help you reduce those behaviors that you see. They're communicating something to you. They may not be able to tell you in words, but they're communicating something. Social and emotional is really big for kids who are neurodivergent. You know, you have those cards that they give to teach kids with autism what a sad face looks like, whatever, right? That's labeling a picture they see. It still doesn't mean that they understand the emotions. Understanding an emotion and seeing a picture are two totally different things. So you have to label the emotions they're having. Label the emotions that they can see you having to help them understand what an emotion is and their emotions are. A big part of emotional self-dysregulation has to do with the sensory system. We understand, you know, the basic 5 that we've been taught since we were little, right? There's things with taste and texture and sound, needing, you know, noise-canceling headphones maybe for certain activities. The gustatory system, maybe having food sensitivities. The olfactory smells. When I came in last night, the smell out in the lobby, that perfumey smell, I was like, whoo, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this. We're all affected by different smells. But the other ones that are really important that we don't talk about as much is the vestibular system. That's your sense of balance. Being able to have that sense of balance helps you to function within your environment. If you don't feel like you have that and you're feeling unbalanced, right? You don't feel comfortable. It can cause dysregulation. Your proprioception, your body's awareness, understanding where your body is in space. Kids who are neurodivergent tippy-toe walk, not all of them, but lots of them do. Because if I'm standing flat-footed and I have these nice squishy shoes, because we all like to buy nice squishy running shoes for these kids, they can't tell where their feet are. But if I go up on my toes, I know exactly where my feet are on the floor. I can feel my toes, so I know where they are. So then they tippy-toe walk. It's a regulation. It's to regulate their bodies. Stimming. You know, people are like, oh, you know, they need to stop stimming. No. If I'm doing this, I now know where my hand is. I'm regulating myself. So some of those stims that they have are not something we need to stop unless it is something that's injurious. So my son has Tourette's. So some of his tics to self-regulate were pretty intrusive. You know, we would end up, you know, having to go to the chiropractor because he put his neck out, whatever. So those are some things that we have to behaviorally modify and try and change for safety. But if it's not a safety issue, some of the times it's what they need to regulate so we don't have a safety issue. Because a child who's dysregulated and above that iceberg could be a safety issue compared to a kid who's walking on their tippy toes. Interoception is your internal awareness. When you're hungry, when you're thirsty, when you're hot, when you're cold. When you have to go to the bathroom. That's a big thing for people who are neurodivergent that sometimes don't have that. So it's about how can we help them with their interoception. Understanding, okay, we need to have regular drink breaks because they may not know when they're thirsty, but they may not know when they're full either. And it's opposite. You see kids nonstop, right? Trying to eat because they don't know when they're full. So that's a really big system, and you'll see some behaviors based on trying to regulate that system. One thing that goes under there is pain. Lots of individuals who are neurodivergent don't feel pain. It can be really dangerous. Kids can break their arms. My son fell out of a tree, broke his arm, didn't tell me for over 24 hours. I had to have a witness at the hospital to say I didn't break my son's arm because he didn't feel pain. And he should have, like it was broken. So those are some of the things we have to be aware of with kids who are neurodivergent, because if they're not reporting pain, but their brain knows there's pain, you're going to see behaviors. I had one student who had endometriosis, but we didn't know. So lots of self-injury until we found out about it, because she couldn't communicate to us that she was having pain. So you're gonna see some seekers, kids who need and seek out lots. They need things loud. They may need to touch everything. You're gonna have some kids who are low registration, the ones that maybe don't feel that pain, so they need it a little bit harder. They need more deep pressure because they don't register it as easily. You have those sensory sensitive. I'm a little sensory sensitive with tags. Don't like it at all. First thing I do when I get a shirt, gotta cut that tag off. Then you have the sensory avoiders. These are the kids that run away from a lot of sensory. Doesn't mean they don't need it. They need to have that sensory to build up some of that, because sometimes that can be a little bit dangerous too when you're constantly running from the sensory. So everything we do is an attempt to regulate. We're trying to regulate ourselves, but just because someone is calm does not mean they are regulated. Sometimes calm is down in those roots of the tree, right? They're down there and where it's nice and dark and cozy, but it doesn't mean I'm regulated. I'm not regulated enough to be able to do the things that I need to do. So with our nervous system, it changes with a perceived threat. When it thinks that there's a physical threat, which is something coming at them, or something that could affect them physically. The perception of the unknown. Any of you ever go into a haunted house? Right? Those little haunted house things that place. That's the perception of the unknown. The conflict or variation in the environment. Changes in the environment that can cause me to be a little dysregulated. So that happens a lot in classrooms, because these kids don't have control about all the other kids in the class. So that can cause a lot of dysregulation. Or unrealistic expectations. When an unrealistic expectation is put on me that there's no way I could possibly do that, my nervous system is gonna go into fight or flight. So a primary response, fight or flight. If I believe I can handle the threat, I will go into fight or flight. I'll either fight against it, or I'm gonna run away from it to get away. This is our Neanderthal part of our brain, way down here. So if you think of this, this is our brain here. This is your Neanderthal fight or flight part, your emotional part, and up here is your gray matter, that thinking part of your brain. So if I can handle it, I'm going into fight or flight, and I'm gonna figure out how to handle it. Secondary response is if I don't think I can handle it on my own, I'm gonna go into a secondary nervous system response. I'm gonna freeze, flop, or fawn. Lots of neurodivergent kids live in freeze, flop, and fawn. Fawning, these are the kids that put their hoodies over their heads, right? Full shutdown, selective mutism. Freezing, right? Unable to do the things that they need to do. They sit there and you think they're just not listening. You assume they're not listening. Flopping, who's a people pleaser? That's a form of secondary response. People pleasing. So if you see kids doing that constantly all the time, that's a nervous system response to regulate. Some of the things that you may see, the fibbing. Some of the times you're in such a nervous system, you're trying to get out of it. It's not that you're lying to get out of being in trouble. You're trying to regulate that nervous system. It's a habit. How many of you have been in a situation where something you shouldn't have laughed at? Highly inappropriate to laugh, but you know what? You just couldn't help it and you laugh. Right? That's a nervous system response. Your body's trying to regulate, and it puts you into a nervous system response, and you're reacting in a way that's totally not okay. Or you do a distraction, right? Look over here. Look over here. So that you can distract people from how your nervous system is affected. And we do this unconsciously. This is not a choice. Kids do not choose to fight or flight. It is an unconscious nervous system response. So we can't keep consequencing them for something they have zero control over. So you have way better chance of getting someone, helping stop someone to get to the peak. Once a child or student or an adult, us, is at the peak, you can't do anything. You can't say anything to get them off. Have you ever been in a moment where you're like, "Rawr," and someone goes, "Please calm down"? How many of you were able to calm down when they said that? You're like, "Oh, you're right. I'll calm down." No, you don't. So we can't expect these kids to do it either. Be like, "That's enough. That's time to be quiet." No. They need the support before they get there. They need the distraction. Lots of the times it's a nervous system thing. They need their nervous system to wake up. So do something. Be physical. Do a physical activity to help them wake up that nervous system before they get up here. So one of the things I like to do, how much time do we got, George?
Yeah, you can.
We can do it?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Everyone stand up if you can. If you can't stand up, you can do it from your chair. It's okay. We like to get you moving. So one of the things that you can do, and it's great for every age, people are like, oh, you're just doing this is only primary kids. I do this to my 16-year-old son. I do this to lots of people. When I see people are like getting a little dysregulated, I'm like, hey, let's play a game. So this is tall as a tree. I'm gonna yell, tall as a tree, wide as a barn, thin as a pin, small as a mouse. And I know it's cozy in here, so don't punch your neighbor. It's not a dysregulation thing where I'm gonna let you get away with it. Okay, ready? Wide as a barn, thin as a pin, tall as a tree, wide as a barn, small as a mouse. Tall as a tree, wide as a barn, thin as a pin, small as a mouse. Okay, I want you to stomp your feet. Okay, 3 times on each side. 1, 2, 3. And I want you to clap in front of you really loud 3 times. And I want you to hug yourself. I want you to hug yourself the other way. And I want you to really give it a good shake. Take that all out. Awesome. That took literally 30 seconds. But you just woke up your nervous system. Can you feel the blood kind of moving to you? We crossed the median line when we hugged ourselves. Stomping, tapping, clapping, humming. All of those things are really great things to help balance the nervous system. And you do that before they get there. And you teach them how to do it before they're at their peak. You do it in times of calm. Same with breathing techniques, that 5-finger breathing. I think it's on the next slide, is it? Okay, we'll do it after. But once they're at this peak, that's when you stop talking. Because talking, you have to use this front part of your brain to process what you're hearing. So if they're at the peak and you're talking, you're asking them to use the front part of their brain, but they're down here. So stop putting an expectation on them that they cannot meet. Calm. Calm yourself. It's called self-regulation. So you can't actually regulate them, but you can co-regulate, which means you regulate you so they can start regulating themselves. And you do the calming things for yourself that you've taught them when they were calm. That's how you help. You get down to their level. If you need to talk, because sometimes our nervous system, right, is out of whack when we're having things. If you need to talk, you're allowed to label their emotion. You're allowed to tell them that they're safe and that you're there with them. That's it. I'm here with you. I can understand you're mad. You're not saying what they did was okay. You're saying their emotion is okay. You are allowed to be mad. You are allowed to be sad. You're allowed to be scared. So stop saying, no, don't be like that. No, you are allowed. And you say that to them. I can understand you're mad. You are safe. I am here with you. That's what you can say if they're at a peak. And then we're going to do one more little activity. Oh, you can't really see it very well, but there's a hand there with those arrows. It's really hard to see. It's the wrong color. We're going to do some 5-finger breathing. So this is another technique that you can do that works great. And you can do it for yourself if they're, on the floor, losing their mind, trashing your room, whatever it is that's happening. Whew, I need to 5-finger breathe. And you've taught them this already when they were calm. So you start. Every time you go up a finger, you breathe in through your nose like it's the most amazing smell you've ever smelt in your life. Hold it at the top. And when you breathe out, you're blowing out birthday candles. And you have a lot of birthday candles. So, okay, ready? In. Out. In. Out. In. Out. In. Out. In. Out. Simple. Something that you teach them when they're calm. Something you do for yourself. You don't stand there with your arms crossed. You don't start tidying the room. Sit, stand still, breathe. If you can get down on their level and it's safe, do it. But I have lots of people that come to me, oh, I was trying to help them and I got punched in the face. Yeah, you did. Get out of their space. How many of you, if you were really upset, would like someone to come right in your face and grab you and touch you and all of those things? No, you're going to hit somebody because you're now in fight or flight and someone is engaging you. Give them space. Let them have their time. Sometimes it takes 45, 50 minutes. I get it. But then when they're down at the bottom, they're not calm. That is not the time that you sit there and talk and lecture them. That sometimes post-crisis depletion is like, oh, they were so calm, and then they went right back up there. Yeah, because they weren't calm. They were exhausted. Their brain was depleted. They're now almost in fawning, and you wanted to have a conversation and get them back up to that front part of their brain. Sometimes they can't do that till much later, so take notes and talk to them later. The problem is kids with FASD and other neurodivergence have poor memory, so then you're going to talk about it later and then be like, I didn't do that. That didn't happen. I always call the penalty box outside the principal's office, right? The kids are in there for way more than 2 minutes to think about what they did. 45 minutes later, they get into the principal's office, they're like, what happened? Nothing. Because to them it didn't. They have no idea what you're talking about. But we're going to consequence them now for lying. So we have to remember that the brain doesn't allow for that much time to process. So sometimes it's just about doing things and talking about saying, hey, last time this happened. Maybe next time we could try this. Or how are you feeling in that? Give them scenarios to talk. It's not so much about the exact thing that happened. So you have to kind of decrease that stimulation. And people are like, oh, when I first got IEPs from kids and it said, don't say no to the kid, I'm like, really? I'm going to teach this kid what no means, don't you worry. It's not about saying, not using the word no, and not saying, oh, you can't do something. It's how you word it. You do it strength-based. Instead of being like, no. It's more like, that's a great idea. Wonder how we could do that. Might not be able to do that right now, but let's make a plan to do that later. Something that gives them time to think and maybe be a part of it instead of just no. Distraction is important to help de-escalate. You're going to avoid making more demands on them. That's not when you say, if you stop doing that, we're going to go do this. That's not the time. Be aware mostly of your body language. Have you ever walked into a room and been like, whoa, I am not approaching that person? You want to be the person with them that they're okay with approaching. So it's really important. And reflect on their wants and their needs. What do they need? Why did that happen? What need were we not meeting? So you're going to look at the brain function as the behavior. When you see behaviors, it's a brain function. You're going to lift up that little hood, look in that brain and be like, oh, I think that's what's happening. What was the function of that behavior? Always remember, the child is not a problem. They have a problem that needs support. How are you going to do that? And you know how we do in school systems and stuff? Don't say the word can't. Yes, say the word can't. Don't say the word won't. It's not that they won't do it. They can't do it. How do you make that a can? It's with supports. It's can't yet. Everyone says, oh, we need independence. There's no such thing. None of you are independent. Everyone has a phone. Everyone has tools. Everyone has a bank account that helps with their money. We all have supports. None of us are independent. So stop saying that that's the goal on the IEPs is to be independent. Baloney. It's how can we make it a can with supports? What supports make it a can? No kid ever gets up and is like, I can't wait to make my teachers mad. I can't wait to get in trouble. I can't wait to all that stuff. So when you change that definition, you're going to have way more solutions. When you change it to brain-based, you're going to have way more solutions than when you're calling it a choice. So some strategies for the room. Reduce the clutter. You got to meet their biological needs first. These kids need more water than most neurotypical people. They need more water. They need some extra rest. Those are all important things. Make microenvironments. There needs to be a safe space to go to for sensory. They need to have a spot that they can go to regulate, that they know about, that you've taught them when they were calm. Transition supports. Visual, those runs with the red that disappears. They need those visual things to see because time's not concrete. So you have to show them so they know those transitional expectations. Visual schedules. Do it with pictures if you can, because lots of kids, if they need trouble, it's a lot easier to look at a picture than it is to look at a word. And real pictures better than cartoons. And make sure that the rules are consistent all the time. They can't change. But you do this also by teaching not available to these kids. If you teach them not available for something they don't like, oh, guess what? We don't have to do math today. It's not available with a big circle and a line through it. Kids are like, woohoo, yay! So that when there's something that is something that they want and it's not available, they know it's not a bad thing. So it's really important to do that. That helps with some of those transitions and those rules and expectations. One of the things I really love is the first then. First this, then this. Very simple, 2 words. The this, like the then part, is always something positive. Always something that motivates them. So if you want them to be able to be motivated, offer them the then. Maybe it's something that they choose if they can. But they don't get the then until the first is done, and sometimes you gotta wait it out. It's about your patience too. You can get those on cards, you can make them on your phone. It's really great for first then. You all learned how to wash your hands during COVID? Well done. Good job. Right? Every station had, this is how you wash your hands. They had task analysis. Use those. But use real pictures. People who are neurodivergent are concrete, so if you can use real pictures and use their picture, of them, way better. Video modeling, video it. It gives them time to push pause. They can play it over and over and over again. Because maybe they know the middle step, but they don't know where to start. So then they can pause it, do the part they know, and then play the rest of it. Nonverbal communication supports. Prolo Quoto Go, this is one of my favorite apps. I recommend it to anyone and everyone. Lots of kids who have autism spectrum disorder or a nonverbal use this on an iPad. The iPad is only used for this. It is their voice. But I've had so many students who've used this, and people are like, oh, it looks really difficult. These kids are amazing. We have file folders for different things, and they can navigate it and go so fast, and then they can hit play and it reads it. And we've had behaviors disappear because kids could tell us what they were thinking. Instead of us always assuming, oh, here's a cookie, and they're like, I don't want a cookie. I wanted that muffin. But we assume we know better. We don't. So by allowing kids to communicate, you'll see a huge decrease. This is supported a lot through speech and language pathologists. Strengths. Focus on the strengths. There's so many strengths. Bring in culture. Drumming, dancing. Sometimes they just need to be offered it for you to be able to see their strengths. You can thank someone who's neurodivergent for your phone, for the car you drive. Most things that are invented are someone who's neurodivergent that created those because someone saw their strength. So use those to support those kids. So these are the things you need to know. Neurodivergence and FASD are hidden disabilities. You cannot tell by looking at someone. The only way you tell is by some of the behaviors you may see. Stop labeling them as behavior kids. They're individuals with strengths. Focus on those. Just because they don't have a diagnosis doesn't mean they don't need the supports. Lots of kids are misdiagnosed. 74% of kids with FASD also have autism. Lots of them will get an autism diagnosis. Some things, intensive behavior interventions and stuff, don't work with kids with FASD. So some of those strategies don't work. But we get a lot more money with a child with autism diagnosis than an FASD diagnosis, which is really sad. But it's something we need to change, and we change that by reducing the stigma, by talking about it and not being afraid to talk about it. Adaptations are the key, but the number one thing that you need to know is creating a safe relationship is the most important. These kids need to feel like they belong. They need to have that relationship. It's not so much the end product that matters. It's the process that's the most important. That connection, that relationship. We're gonna do a little activity. I want you to pick a word that someone has called you. Or that you've called yourself, because we're really mean to ourselves, right? We put ourselves down all the time. So pick a word on there that someone may have called you. Just one today. Just one. So people may call me bossy, maybe, a little bit. So I want you to know where it is on the screen, your word. You're actually that. Right? It means the same thing. Those two words mean exactly the same thing. If I had a student who was like super bossy, right, at school, I'm like, oh man, such a bossy pants. And I said, you know what, you were so bossy yesterday. Stop being so bossy. Let the other kids do stuff today. Or if I said, you know what, yesterday, wow, you were such a good leader yesterday. It was amazing how well you were leading everyone. Do you think today we can help let the other kids learn to be a good leader like you? I said the same thing, but I did strength-based. That kid's more willing to let other kids lead because I focused on their strength than on the deficit. Same with you. Would you rather go to work being called this or that? Right? Okay, now I want you to think of a student, a partner, whoever, someone else, something that you may, oh yeah. Oh, there you go. You know what I'm gonna do? I have sent a PDF of all the slides to Ashley, and we have some other handouts here too that you can come, everyone can sort of grab, but we sent a PDF that you can get sent out to you guys. So you can have a copy. Or we're gonna send her a PDF. I haven't sent it yet. I'm gonna send her a PDF. Okay, so now let's look at this one. So I want you to pick something from somebody who you've worked with, a student, maybe a partner, whatever. Now remember where that is on the screen? They're actually this. Same thing. But I guarantee you they'd rather be called that. So how can you change your script of what you're saying to strength-based? Because these kids are gifts. They have gifts. They're here for a reason, to teach you something. You were brought into their lives to be in their classrooms for a reason. So focus on that for them.
We're good. Right on noon. It's 12.
So we do lots of trainings across all of Ontario for the Anishinaabe Nation. But if you have any questions or anything, come talk to us. We don't mind collaborating with you.
Miigwech.
Miigwech.
Yep, it's perfect.
We do have some paper handouts, not a lot. We have about 65 for those who think that they need some tools. There's some here.
Nahau Kwewuk, on behalf of Chiefs of Ontario, Patrick has a nice bundle of gifts for you. So let's give him another round of applause to these amazing Kwewuk, these women here. A lot of really great presentation on neurodivergence. So we are going to be breaking for lunch, but before we do so, I would just ask for a few more moments of your time. So really great presentation, you know, and I'm not nosy, I'm curious. Yeah, I like that. But yeah, really, really important, like, you know, change the script to strength-based. When kids don't have the ability to communicate, we often see behavioral challenges. The cognition exercises was where it was really good. So yeah, there was a lot of really great takeaways there. And so like there is a presentation that they are giving out, but also a reminder. Things will be uploaded to the QR code afterwards, so you will have that available. So Chimigwech again. So that does bring us to lunch. So just a little bit about this afternoon. We will be having draws, 2 draws at the end of the day in this room. So you have to be present in order to win. I remember one time this lady won a star quilt and she wasn't here, and it was just like, oh no. Right, so if you can be here, we encourage you to be here. We'll have some reflections as well. We also really like your feedback. So if you're having some feedback that you want to give to the organizers, there will be an opportunity to do a survey and to give your feedback at the end of our conference here. So that is available. For the afternoon, so we do have 2 concurrent breakout sessions. So we have breakout sessions this afternoon twice. So as soon as we are done from our lunch will be done at 1 p.m. And immediately after, we're jumping straight into workshops. So we won't actually be coming back into here. I will be in here to announce that we are starting our workout sessions. But for those that are going straight to their sessions, the workshops, Alexander B and C room, that is reimagining the Ontario IEP, a collaborative approach to creating a holistic strength-based framework, and that'll be by Dana and Paige. So if you want to learn more about the workshop description, you can find that on the QR code. So I'm just going to be describing what these are. In Spadina A and B room, the Access OAP, which will be by Carolina, Kim, and Rochelle. So that'll be in Spadina A and B, accessing the OAP. Introductions to Autism Ontario Programs and Services will be in the Porter room, and that will be by Carla and Deborah. So again, Introduction to Ontario Autism Programs and Services. Indigenizing the IEP will be by Dr. Shelley Knott Fife. So that will be in Wood room. And so once again, there is a map on the back of your lanyards here that can help direct you. So those are the first 4 presentations that we will have. Those presentations will bring us to a short health break, 15 minutes, and then we're going to immediately go into our second round of workshops. So I won't have the ability to describe what's happening and where, so I'll do that now. Our second set of workshops, supporting students with learning disabilities and ADHD, advocacy, knowledge mobilization, and community partnerships. That's going to be by Kelly and Dr. Stephen Reed. That's in Alexander A and B. Building a Pedagogy of Peace, a holistic educational framework. Again, this is our second set of workshops, will be by Dr. Lindsay Brandt and Spadina A and B. Empowering self-regulation and exploring the impact of an iPad on independent learning and behavioral management. That'll be by Kalina in the Porter room. And the last workshop that you can choose to attend will be the Missing Link, How Empathy Can Unlock Success by Dr. Lori Faith in the Wood room. So once again, all of this information is available by scanning the QR code. And so after, we're going to make our way directly to the rooms, the workshops of your choice. And so we hope you make the best of these workshops. If you're sitting with colleagues, we encourage you to spread out and to attend different workshops. And that will be what our afternoon will look like, okay? So I hope everybody has an enjoyable lunch and enjoyable rest of the afternoon. We'll see everybody back here at the end of the day for some door prizes and some final reflections. Aho, aho, Wisnik, time to eat. Aho, you guys. Nahao Dash. Ani Kenewea. Hello, everybody. So it is 3:45, so we still want to do the draw at 4 p.m. So while people are visiting, I'm just going to queue up a Slido. So if people want to continue to visit, but I just want to provide an opportunity for some feedback. So if you would like to participate, while we're waiting for an extra 10 more minutes. So what are some of the challenges that you experience in your work? So once again, this is Slido. You can scan the QR code. You could go to slido.com and punch in the pin. But yeah, how's user visiting, So how's the sessions today? Good workshop sessions? Thumbs up? Yeah, nodding heads? Yeah, people are all right. That's good. That's good. Hope you're able to take in some of that information, and hopefully it was relevant to your work, and that you can bring some of those best practices and things like that. So I'm sure a lot of us experience similar challenges in the work that we do to support our students. So I just put this up because, we had some time to hear from some amazing presenters and things like that. So, if, you'd like to share about some of your challenges, because then that you're not alone maybe in some of those challenges, and it just kind of provides, different perspectives. So funding is definitely a big one for sure. Wait lists for services and assessments, lack of resources, time for PD, communication with outside services, things like that. So, as we're thinking about some of our challenges, I would encourage you to, when you provide your feedback, that'd be a great time after we wrap up the event, is to include some of that feedback as well. So identification and placement and things like that. So we do have just a little bit of time. Maybe what I can do is if anybody has some comments from the floor, I can pass around a mic too. If anybody wants to just have a short little chat or anything like that too. So, just seeing where everybody's at. No cultural component, school avoidance, low parental involvement as well. Yeah, I can definitely see that one. Student attendance, a decision made based on politics. Yeah, dealing with the unexpected. Identification and placement. Just some of the experiences that everybody has, So I just wanted to put that out there. There's 3 more participants that are typing, but then I got one more thing that I want to pose to everybody there. So once we get those final participants, getting their input in there. No service providers, yeah. Yeah. Traditional learning. Wait lists, I can definitely see that one for sure. Yeah. Working with the parents, yeah. Supporting parents. I think one too is that as frontline workers, as people that are carrying out the work in the community, is maybe lack of support for yourselves too, right? I think that's a big one, where you are doing the work, and sometimes you might feel isolated doing the work, and often find yourself, trying to find other supports to support you doing the work. We all know burnout is very real, right? So yeah, opportunities for professional development, that's another big one as well. Yeah. So the next question I'm going to pose while we wait a bit and continue to visit with one another, I got one more Slido question that I'm going to put out there. So something to consider anyways. And it's going to be, what are your best practices? Maybe what are some of the best practices, or what are some successes that you've seen? Because we've all experienced challenges, but maybe some folks have some really good successes that they'd like to lean into. So just waiting for our to queue up the second Slido that we have here. So what are some of the best practices and successes you experience in your work? So if there's a way that you can capture that in a few words, I know lands-based programming can be a challenge at times, and I'm a big advocate for doing things safely and things like that. So, and a lot of the work that I do, land and water-based programming, is we always do a lot of safety certifications. This winter, we're going to be doing an ice safety rescue training. So just trying to bring trainings into the community to those that are doing the work, making sure that they're trained and equipped, know how to respond effectively in cases of emergency. So best practices, beginners language classes, circles of care. I really love that. Circles of care, evidence-based practices. Lands-based hands-on, yeah. The co-creation of learning with students. I love that. Cultural and traditional teachings. Trauma-informed learning. Wow, these are great. Meeting students where they are at. Prayer. Elders in residence at elementary schools. Nothing for us without us. These are great. When students trust you. Yeah, I think that's really important. Yeah. Community inclusion. I think about that when I think about community inclusion, and there was a statement made earlier about that, it takes a village to raise a child, but we're losing our villages, because we're not being villagers, and I thought, like, what a interesting statement to make, and how important it is for communities to support our young people, to support our students, to support our families. I remember there's a late elder, Shikamba, Ijin Kazo, that was his name. He was asked the question of how do you build like a strong nation of people? Like how do you build a strong nation of people? And he talked about like how the individuals are struggling, how like people are struggling in their own way. And then he talked about our family structures. Our family structures endured like, policy after legislation, assimilation, like, it really targeted our family structure. So it broke apart our family structures. So he talked about the healing of the individual, and he talked about rebuilding our families. I thought that was really cool because he says healthy families, build strong communities, and that's what he said. Healthy, strong communities, then you have a really good, strong community. And he said strong communities is what builds a strong nation of people, eh? And that always resonated with me, I thought that was really important. Collaboration, I think, the impacts that collaboration can have is, it can't be understated. If you have different departments within your community that are all doing different work, maximizing the use of the resources that you do have, sharing space, sharing money, sharing resources, I think is super important. I think sometimes it's easy to just be siloed into work, and so finding ways that you can work collaboratively is really important. Knowledge keepers input, lifelong learning. Yeah. Staff wellness as well, I like that, because, having staff that's supported, with whatever resources that they need, but also in their own wellness, to have healthy individuals supporting healthy communities is also very important as well. Yeah. Reciprocity in traditional languages. Tutor escorts, building relationships with students. Yeah. These are all really good. Yeah. So we just have a few more minutes there, but I understand that we kind of started to wrap things up a little early, so I still want to do the draw around 4 p.m. because I told people, yeah, I showed up at 4 p.m. and he already did the draw. Just kidding. He lied, that guy. Just kidding. Yeah, no fibbing. So yeah, maybe what I'll do is, I'll just look back to some of the notes that I had and just do a short little recap. So Yeah, our first presenter, Dr. Nicole Anise Nash, she did a great presentation. And once again, too, she did say that those presentations will be made available by scanning this. So after the conference, you will see all of the presentations that will be uploaded there, because it's often a common question. But some of the notes that I had from that presentation, yeah, there's just really cool things that were said, you know, approaching supports holistically. Macro level needed inclusive systems, not just inclusive settings. I thought that was a really cool way to think about it. Inclusion is not a placement, it's a commitment to design systems that recognize differences as a gift. So choosing inclusive communities, like, that's cool, I like that. That could almost be a t-shirt, choosing inclusive communities, I like that. Yeah, building a culture of inclusion, you know, and I think something was said was like, when you make things accessible, you're not taking something away from anybody else, right? When you make things an accessible world, you're making things more accessible for everybody. And so sometimes when we have discussions around accessibility, people feel like that something's being taken from them, but it's not the case, you know, you're just, you know, you're making a world that, you know, everybody can participate, and that means everybody's gifts can be shared. If you don't have a place, a society where not everybody's gifts are honored, are recognized, you know, then, you know, we're missing out on these brilliant minds, these brilliant contributions, like, you know, that, you know, need to be a part of shaping our collective futures. So, you know, building inclusive communities and futures is something that's really important. So, yeah, that was a really great first presentation that we had. The next presentation we had was the featured presentation, if you remembered, on neurodivergence, which I thought was really cool. I liked that that cognition exercise. I don't know if you remember that one. That was good. And then, you know, where it was like you pick a word, and then, you know, it was just like I picked nosy because I get called nosy a lot. And it was how it was reframed. It's like, it's not nosy, you're just curious, you know? And, you know, I think that's really cool. Yeah, neurodivergence is a non-visual disability. And to change the script to strength-based, yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Without supports, there are more levels of symptoms as well, you know? So really great takeaways from that presentation on neurodivergence as well. So that was really great. That was from Michelle and Chochi. This breakout session, we had different breakout sessions, reimagining the Ontario IEP, a collaborative approach to creating holistic and strength-based framework, accessing the OAP, Introduction to Autism Ontario Programs and Services, like indigenizing the IEP. Like, these are really great sessions that, you know, I hope that, you know, like I said, we're able to take that back and implement into our work. And, you know, hopefully you're able to meet and visit with some other folks here. And like I said, maybe share best practices. And I know everybody's experience and situations, it may be a little different, but I think there's always something that we can learn from hearing about how different communities approach solutions and some challenges that they experience. And then so this last workout session, we had supporting students with learning disabilities and ADHD, advocacy, knowledge mobilization, and community partnerships. That looked like a good one. Who attended that one? Yeah, yeah, in the back. Yeah, hey, yeah, it's good. Yeah, cool. What about building a pedagogy of peace, a holistic education framework? Who attended that one? Yeah, back. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, cool, sweet. Empowering self-regulation, exploring the impact on iPad on independent learning and behavior management. That seems really cool. Who is at that one? Yeah, it's good. And then the last one that we had is the missing link, how empathy can unlock success. Who is at that one? Anybody? Yeah, it's good. Yeah, cool, cool. It's hard sometimes because you're like, that's a good one, this is a good one, you know, like, you know, you want to be at all of them. So it's good that those presentations would be made available afterwards. So, but yeah, I think it was a really great time. I think we had a lot of really good learnings. And then I read something earlier that the Chiefs of Ontario were doing some good advocacy around Jordan's Principle. It's completely necessary right here. Ontario First Nations demand immediate action to address Jordan's principal crisis following the Fall Chiefs Assembly. So we know that our leadership is doing the advocacy for us. So it's really good to know that that advocacy is happening. We just got to continue to support our leadership and support our students in any way that we can. So yeah, I think what we'll do is we have some door prizes. I think we're going to get into some door prizes. I promise. I know that's what everybody's waiting around. They came back because they want to get into the draw, So I guess at this time I'll call up Ashley. I'm not too sure what the door prizes are. A new car. Just kidding. Don't quote me on that. Just kidding.
Well, unless a car could fit in here. But
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So we're just gonna do a wheel of names. I have 2 door prizes. We'll have more door prizes tomorrow. I honestly don't know what's in these envelopes, so it's gonna be a secret. It's gonna be a surprise for everybody. Oh, there it is. So you have to be here to get your prize, obviously. So I'll do like a 5-second countdown once the name is called, and if nobody calls out or claps or cheers or freaks out in any way, then we'll just go on to the next one. So we can go ahead and spin it. Oh, Riva. Riva Bomberry.
All right. Somebody text her and say goodbye.
All right, next one. Stephanie Lou. Oh, there you go. All right, looking for the last winner here. Darius Turtle. Oh, there we go.
Awesome. Good stuff. Okay, so again, there'll be another door prize tomorrow. We're going to close up with the Norma General Liquors, the Knowledge Keeper, to do some closing remarks. And then we'll close it up formally for the day with a drum song. But just a reminder, hot breakfast is at 8 a.m. tomorrow. And 9 a.m. sharp will be the drum song.
Pulled everything out. The conference was started in a good way with the drum, and it brought us all together. We have heard a lot of excellent speakers with valuable information. Information for education, for our children, for our young people. And there's a lot of missing things, such as funding and other things that are missing, but there's also indication that there's help out there. There's people out there and organizations out there that's out there to help you. And there has been excellent workshops that some of you have attended, and we heard that each person, each child is a gift, a special gift, and it's up to us to to help them. And that's what education is. It's to help the young people, the children. And take all of this information back with you. Use it to help our people and use it in a good way. And those that are traveling, travel safe. And the rest of you, have an excellent evening. Donito.
All right, everybody. So that concludes day one. We'll see everybody 8 a.m. sharp for breakfast, 9 a.m. drum song. Hope everybody has a good evening. Enjoy dinner. Stay safe. Enjoy your evenings, everybody. Haha. Jimmy Gudge.